Okay. Awkward. My mic wasn't picking me up at all in OBS. Sorry for anyone that didn't see the dialogue before. The thing is, I know Moon would tell me off if she saw me moping around like this. Which is why I decided to cheer myself up by getting her a special flower. I placed an order for a moon daisy with Rowena a little while ago, and it's ready to be picked up. The trouble is, I find Rowena a bit difficult at the best of times, and, well, this isn't one of them. I know it's silly, but I just can't face it at the moment. So I was wondering, do you think you could maybe collect it for me? I have the coin to pay for the flower right here. Thank you so much. I'll be waiting for you, and the daisy, at Rathfrost. I had everything ready, like, ages in advance. I set up stream. I didn't test my mic. I just assumed OBS wouldn't just suddenly not recognize the mic. Oh my god, it's the growl. How's it going? What can I do for you today, adventurer? Eldritch trinket to trade? Huh? They've got you running errands now. Them scions really know how to make the most of your talents, don't they? Sending the savior of Eorzea to the bleeding market. Fine use of your time, that is. Seriously, though, you'd best learn how to say no, or they'll have you mucking out the chocobo stables next. Anyway, what was it you were here to pick up? The moon daisy, was it? Here then, take it. And tell that Ida lass that I've got a wide selection of headwear in stock if she ever decides to replace that dowdy old mask of hers. God knows, she needs to. Gotta recharge the body batteries. I'm assuming, yeah. I need to replace the batteries in my legs sometimes. I can't just recharge them, unfortunately. She said she would find us at Brathfrost, so that's where we were. Don't get these batteries either. I'm still crying over Kingdom Hearts dialogue. Like, I can't. Oh my god. I shouldn't be laughing. Like, nothing going on in the game is actually happy right now. It's actually really sad. Rowena could be so annoying. She just will not take no for an answer. Every time I visit her, she insists I replace my visor with something more fashionable. And when I tell her I like it just fine the way it is, she says it again. And then again. And then again. It drives me crazy. What I mean to say is, I really appreciate you doing this for me. So anyway, let's see it. It is a cool visor. And Brita loved these things, you know? I hope that somewhere, somehow, she knows I'm still thinking of her.
I'll never forget you, Moon. None of us will.
My heart.
The song riseth to a crescendo.
That's not good. Yeah, I think our friends in Ishgard might be having some trouble.
Is that what I think it is?
Hello, can you hear me? We have received grave tidings from Ishgard. Pray return to the Rising Stones at once.
Character from... I can't claim... Oh. I mean, that's an option. So a choice was made there. Come on, Maggie. Let's go. Whoa. I'm sure it's for the effect. Maybe they just wanted to feel like maybe there's a wind tunnel somewhere in space. So they were like, I'm gonna put on my goggles for this non-existent wind tunnel. My apologies for the interruption. I was deeply saddened to learn of Moonbreeder's passing. Her loss will be sorely felt. Alas, recent developments in Ishgard leave us little time to mourn. The envoy from Kurthus will soon arrive, and we must hasten to hear her report. The envoy's here. I thank you for receiving me at such short notice. Time is of the essence, so I would forego the usual pleasantries, if I may. Splinters of bone. Oh god, I re-equipped the spell and I'm using the siphoning wand, so I get the charges. It's hitting so hard right now. It's great. Certainly. You come with news of the Dravanians? Aye. The dragons have begun their attack in earnest. The first wave reached the Central Highlands a short while ago, and battle was soon joined thereafter. Why did I read that backwards? Sir Emmerich himself sailed forth with a contingent of temple knights and several companies of the noble house's finest. Though the beasts were ultimately forced into retreat, our victory, if such it may be called, came at the cost of many of our own. Too many. We will not withstand a second wave should the Dravanians renew their assault. You paint a grim picture, my lady. It is reinforcements you seek, then? We do. Though it pricks our pride, it is plain we cannot protect Ishgard with our ranks thus thinned by the Horde. Sir Emmerich would meet with you to discuss the possibility of enlisting your aid. Very well. I shall depart for Kurthus at once. I must warn you, however, that the involvement of the Crystal Braves is by no means assured. Our commitment to quelling the unrest in Ul'dah must take precedence. It is with such contingencies in mind that I must make another request. The Signs of the Seventh Dawn are known for sharing close ties with all three of the grand companies of Eorzea. Would you consent to plead our case to their leaders? Though I will gladly appeal to the grand companies on your behalf, I dare not promise a favorable reply. You need say no more. Considering our past dealings with the Eorzean Alliance, I can well imagine how our plea might be received. But the fate of Ishgard hangs in the balance. We must explore every avenue still open to us, no matter how unpromising. I see. Very well. I shall send envoys to each of the allied nations, and have them present your request directly to the heads of the grand companies. In the event that your plea does not receive a favorable answer, know that any support is certain to be conditional. Demands will be made of Ishgard. That is only to be expected. Rest assured that I speak with Sir Emmerich's authority in this matter, and that our actions are fully sanctioned by the Holy See. Which brings me to my final request, a personal appeal to you, Warrior of Light. The Lord Commander much desires to speak with you, regardless of your fellow's involvement. You faced Midgard's armor and survived. Anything you can share of your experience may yield us an advantage over our foe. Thank you. You wear the mantle of hero well. 'Twould seem the road leads us both to Camp Dragonhead. Seek me out when you arrive, Coffeemancer. How the turns have tabled. Now Ishgard is requesting help. And what's the question? So your race actually doesn't change anything. The story is the same no matter what race you choose. the class quests are where things
sons
deviate.
must answer for their father's misdeeds. Only then will the cycle be broken.
But the class quests are done separately from the story itself. So no matter who you start as, your story should generally be the same. Yeah, Iceheart. She is kind of cool.
Brothers and sisters of the heavens, we raise our voices and join you in the chorus.
Disney World. It's actually just a Kingdom Hearts crossover.
The sinner's feeble magics are undone. Come, claim your retribution.
To Camp Dragonhead. It seems I was the swifter coffeeman, sir. You too, however, have arrived with time to spare, for our host has yet to make an appearance. The murmurings about camp tell of some manner of trouble at the Gates of Judgment. In the Lord Commander's absence, I suggest we visit the place and find out what is afoot. There's trouble a-brewin'. What better time to take a dragon? The Gates of Judgment are much more than mere doors. They're the outermost layer of Ishgard's magical wards, if our first line of defense can be so easily shattered. Does that turn into a lead? I hope so, because that'd be amazing. When I laid eyes upon Lady Iceheart, I felt the marrow freeze within my bones. Dyspeptic? What a word. Heretic scum. How dare they meddle with our divine protections. I shall rid our nation of their blasphemy, even if it means cutting them down one by one. Okay, good luck with that, Lord Tink. We need not fret overmuch. There are yet several layers of arcane protection that shield the city from invasion. Mother will be fine. It would seem the heretics struck the first, and most telling, blow against Ishgard. Scions, we expected you at Camp Dragonhead. My apologies. We chanced to hear that there had been trouble at the gates, and thought it prudent to investigate the cause. Then you've learned of the heretics' treachery. Lady Iceheart led a force of her followers against our defenders, and came close enough to dispel the first of our wards. But let us speak more of this back at the camp. Sir Emmerich awaits you. Lady Iceheart has grown bold indeed if she would risk direct action against the city. Come, let us do as we were bid, and return to Camp Dragonhead. Lord Horchevant will know where Sir Emmerich means to receive us. My god. I'm so excited. Wait, where's... Here it is. 'Tis reassuring indeed to behold the countenance of a friend when one's homeland teeters upon the very brink of disaster. Though a single misstep could send us plunging into the abyss, your heroic presence stokes the flames of courage within my heart. You like the whole region? Just wait till we get to the next expansion, then. But you did not come to Dragonhead to listen to my prattling. The Lord Commander has arrived and would treat with you in the intercessory. Greetings, madam. Shall I show you inside? Yes. I thank you for coming with such haste, and apologize for my absence. Suffice it to say, Lady Iceheart and her heretics have much to answer for. Yes. We are but recently returned from the Gates of Judgment ourselves. Given the circumstances, we quite understand if you would prefer to postpone our appointed audience. On the contrary, Master Alphino, I think it more important than ever that this meeting take place. Rest assured that I shall return to my post on Ishgard's walls the moment our business is concluded. Before we move on to the subject of reinforcements, however, I would introduce you to a close friend and stalwart ally, Estinian. That's Orshafon. May I present to you Ishgard's Azure Dragoon? An impressive title, though I confess I know precious little of the Order of the Dragoons. They are formidable warriors all, yet even among such masters of the lance, Estinian is without equal. He, out of all the warriors of Ishgard, was chosen to wield the power of dragons, and may thus contend with any Dravanian. You flatter me overmuch, Lord Commander. So, you are the adventurer of whom they spoke. I see now why my blood fair sang in anticipation of our meeting. He actually has different lines if you start as a lancer and become a dragoon. So those are the things that'll change in the story. Like, there's small bits here and there where if you have played another class, like if at this point you had played dragoon, some of this dialogue would be slightly, like, minimally different. Well, now that we have all been introduced, let us proceed to the matter at hand. I would share with you what we've learned of Iceheart's design, as confessed by the heretics taken captive after the assault on the gates. Then again, I don't know how different, and I don't know if it's like cutscene dialogue that changes, or if it's like actual dialogue with the character, like when there's no cutscene happening, like when they're just idle and NPCs. It would seem that Lady Iceheart and the Dravanians share a common goal, the reclamation of Nidhogg's stolen eye. Nidhogg? One of the 7 great worms. His name features prominently in your nation's history, though once defeated by the hero Haldreth, the beast is said to have terrorized Kurthus since Ishgard's founding. Aye, many are the scars our walls bear from Nidhogg's relentless efforts to raise the city. The trophy Haldreth plucked from the bested worm's skull, known simply as the Eye, is a treasured relic of Ishgard, and one possessed of untold power. Should it ever be returned to Nidhogg, the dread creature would be restored to the height of its strength, and then no wall or ward we could erect would be stout enough to deny him. My vengeful son hath waged war against Ishgard for 1,000 years. No mortal mind could comprehend the depths of his rancor. The eye itself is secreted deep within the vault. It is kept under heavy guard, surrounded at all times by men and women who have proven their loyalty to the Holy See. But though stout walls and sharp blades may suffice to discourage the heretics, the dragons are another matter. There are individuals within the Dravanian horde whom an entire company of knights would labor to repel, to say nothing of Nidhogg himself. Nor does age rob them of their strength. Through the endless march of years, the dragons endure. Patient, calculating, inexorable. You must understand, these creatures do not share our perception of time. And that is especially true of the great worms. They who spend centuries in slumber only to wake and resume their campaign as if mere hours had passed. It has been 20 years since Nidhogg last darkened our skies, 20 years for him to gather his strength and for us to bolster our defenses. And now, just as he seems primed to return, the heretics strike at the gates. You believe that Lady Iceheart is in league with the creature, then? Of that, we cannot be certain. Though we know the heretics covet the eye, we have been unable to determine their plans for it. Such questions aside, we must needs address the ragged hole of their mistress. The ragged hole their mistress has seen fit to rend in Ishgard's protections. 'Tis a weakness the Dravanians are not like to have untested. Leave untested. I can't read. Oh my god. Not again. So it would seem. You've described your plight in admirable detail, Lord Commander, yet I cannot help but wonder at your candor. Why share such sensitive information with us? I shall speak plain. Ishgard has need of allies, and I would have you bolster our front lines in readiness for the coming battle against the dragons. This much I expected. Unlike our arrangement concerning the Keeper of the Lake, however, only you stand to benefit from our assistance in this matter. I fail to see why we should intervene in a conflict which concerns only Ishgard and Dravania. When the Eorzean Alliance requested Ishgard's assistance during Operation Archon, you refused us. Does it not seem grossly unjust to demand that we now risk our lives in your private war? I make no attempt to defend my country's conduct. I only ask that you consider what would follow were Ishgard to fall. Having razed our city to the ground, the Horde would have little cause to linger, and most would return to their lairs in Dravania. Soon thereafter, the ruins of Kurthus would be buried in snow, and the land would become the sole province of beasts and beastmen. Until the Garlean's arrival, that is. For you may be certain that the Empire would not hesitate to claim Kurthus. They would not even have to draw steel. An imperial province sharing a border with Mordona. 7 hells. I mean, they already have a castrum literally in Mordona, Alphina. Unless he forgot it was there. Very well. We will assist you in repelling the dragons. The roar of a great worm may have shaken the firmament. But we of Eorzea will not abandon our Ishgardian brothers to face the coming horde alone. Nor did I ever think you would. Now, upon the matter of the roar, allow me, Sir Emmerich. Through the power of the eye, I've become the vessel of Nidhogg's strength. His essence has stolen into my very blood. Fear not. I'm in full control of my faculties, I assure you. 1 second. And the eye itself is of no relevance to this tale. It is not essential that I bear it with me wheresoever I go. Its lingering influence does, however, allow me to hear Nidhogg's voice. Then the worm who roared was Nidhogg. Aye. He means to hurl his horde against Danifin's collar and shatter the remaining wards that protect the city. There can be no doubt the worm has summoned his minions to war. Though the circumstances are far from ideal, this desperate endeavor will at least provide us an opportunity to bring the sister states of Eorzea together in common cause. Sir Emmerich was more ruthless in his negotiations than I had anticipated. I suppose one must give no quarter when one's home is at stake. The way he sits kind of makes me laugh. He's so slouched. But did you see the look on his face when he formally requested our assistance? Though the Lord Commander has long campaigned for Ishgard to open its gates to outsiders, I suspect this softening of the Holy See's attitude toward foreign cooperation comes as something of a bittersweet victory. The days ahead promise to be interesting indeed. He needs a bike. He gets something better than a bike, don't worry. If we are to aid the Ishgardians in this war of theirs, preparations will have to be made, and soon. Before proceeding, however, we must needs return to the Rising Stones and make our report to the antecedent. That would be pretty cool. It'd be even cooler if they made it a mount. Why am I even mounting up? Where do I think I'm going? I'm teleporting. Yeah. It's just chilling. He's just like us. We're all just chilling. Oh, just wait till I get the other mount. It's an achievement mount. Well, one you get with the, like, tokens you get from getting achievements.
Alphino, it is good to see you. Tell me, what have you learned?
Pray summon the others. Everyone must hear my report.
Alright, Alphino, relax.
So this was all but a taste of what's to come.
Indeed. The main host advances upon Ishgard as we speak.
Whose vaunted defenses have been nullified.
Shorn of its wards, the city will bear the full force of Nidhogg's fury.
All those people.
Alphino is right. The Dravanians cannot be allowed to prevail. If Ishgard falls, all of Eorzea will suffer the consequences.
Then you agree that we have no choice but to intervene. For the good of the realm, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn and the Crystal Braves must join the defense of Ishgard.
Let there be no ambiguity about what has been proposed. We would be directly intervening in the war. But if all here believe the cause to be just, then to war we shall go. The path we now embark upon is perilous, but I pray you will walk with us to the end.
Hell yeah.
For those we have lost, for those we can
Stoic
yet
head
save.
nod. For those who come after?
Then it is settled. I shall inform the Council of our intentions and request that they contribute their own forces to the defense of Ishgard.
I'm working on another emote. It's taking me a long time. And it might be too detailed, so it might not work. I've bid the Archons travel to their assigned nations. Should the members of the Alliance agree to pledge Grand Company soldiers to Ishgard's cause, our comrades will be on hand to act as intermediaries for the duration of the conflict. The small matter of persuading the Alliance leaders to grant such support I leave to Alphino. For you, my friend, a different task awaits. I would have you reach out to your fellow adventurers and gather what allies you may for the coming siege. It's true. I'm trying to keep it as non-detailed as possible while still maintaining what I want it to do. I would also have you consider the matter of our own security. Revenant's Toll is but a short flight from the snowfields of Kurthus. It's not unimaginable that the fighting may spill across the border. I brief Slaftborn on the brewing conflict and discuss potential contingencies. The frontier settlers must be prepared for aught that might wing its way over our walls. If I could gain the ability to read the words in front of my eyeballs today, that would be phenomenal. I only hope that such precautions prove unnecessary. Before you leave, might I suggest that you have Tataru accompany you? She has a talent for administration and a firm grasp of the practical challenges we may encounter. We love Tataru. We are rather close to Kurthus, aren't we? We'd best see to our own defenses and take stock of our supplies. Oh, and we'll also need to have beds and bandages laid out just in case. A good receptionist is ready for any eventuality. Let's go, Coffeeman sir. I have 101 things to discuss with Slaftborn. And go we shall. Little Tataru, as tall as my knee. I appreciate the warning. If war is coming to Kurthus, then the toll must be made ready. Heya! How's it going? I'll increase the number of patrols and lookouts immediately. I'll also see about finding room for an infirmary, as well as temporary housing for victims of the conflict. Ishgard has done well by us in the past, and I would return the favor. But as for rounding up volunteers for the fighting itself, I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I'll not send my fellow guild members to die on Ishgardian soil, and I'm certain headquarters will say the same. There will be no official Adventurers Guild presence at this siege. That said, each adventurer is of course free to do as he or she will. I shall have a word with some of my more capable colleagues on your behalf, and you might try your luck here in Revenant's Toll. I dare say there are a few stout souls about town who will answer your call to arms. Let's get started, shall we? We have a town to rouse. I have a feeling Tataru is far more convincing than I am. Spare me your talk of glory and fame. I'm not in the habit of volunteering for lost causes. I've survived this long by trusting my instincts, and my instincts tell me to stay well away from Ishgard. Fair enough. Also, I hope you guys are having a good day. When I started my stream, I tried to say that, but my mic actually wasn't recognized by OBS, so I was talking to myself for a solid couple minutes before I realized it wasn't picking up. Ishgard sounds like she's in a right mess, but that ain't what I wanted to talk to you about. I need you to cast your mind back to that scuffle with the Empire up by the processing plant. A lad from Little Alamigo by the name of Wilrid was there with the 4th that day, and I want to know if you've seen him since. Have ye? Gods damn it. I feared as much. No one's bloody seen him. It's like the ground opened up and swallowed him whole. But that ain't all. Around the time Wilrid stopped turning up for duty, them black market weapons went missing from our vault in Ul'dah. I mean, kinda. It helps me bounce my ideas off myself. So now, of course, half the Braves suspect the lad of making off with the goods. Folk like to believe our company's a disciplined fighting force, but as you and me both know, it's no more than a motley collection of mercenaries, adventurers, and Grand Company veterans. The only thing that binds us together is some vague oath about fighting for the freedom of all. That and the steady pay. Oh, so do I. I'm horrible for it. Now, compared to most others in this crew, Wilrid's a fresh-faced novice, a bleeding whelp amongst wolves. But the boy's got passion. When he talked about being a guardian of Eorzea, he bloody well meant it. A lad like him wouldn't rob us blind and bugger off like that. He ain't the type. And then, and this is just between you and me, mind, there's the fact that the lad wanted to tell me about something queer he'd noticed in the ledgers. Something about the Braves' numbers not adding up. Aye, there's a villain at the end of this trail I've stumbled on, and I'll bet me good eye it ain't young Wilrid. Any road, we've got a war to wage, so I'll let you get on. I just thought someone should know. I'll be seeing you, Coffee Mancer. Wilrid was the one we saw talking with Yuhase and Alien when we brought the weapons back from the Black Marketeer. So Ishgard seeks sellswords to bolster its ranks, huh? Though I'm not sure I like the sound of this siege, those nobles will surely be generous with their rewards. But I've pledged myself to guard Revenant's toll. Modest work though it is, I'm loath to break the terms of my contract. What to do? Can't really argue with him there. In a place like this, you're really only as good as your word. Sell me blade to the Ishgardians. Well, them dragons are a fearsome lot, but I'd slay me fair share if the coin was good. I've worked for one of them knights before, you know? Watched me like a bloody hawk, he did. Still, I'd put up with worse than that for a heavy purse. Whee! Ow. My ankles. Angular. They're trying to say something about his ears? Volunteer my services in the defense of Ishgard? I think not. Dragons claim the lives of every one of my brothers. I do not mean to offer them mine. It was to escape such a fate that I took up the mantle of adventure in the first place. I would sooner die in the pursuit of fortune than huddled behind an icy wall. Alrighty. What? Here we go. Not me getting lost. Right outside, right inside the fucking walkway. There you are, Coffee Mincer. So, did you sway any hearts? One or two, huh? Well, added to mine, that makes 3 or 4, not including Slaffborn's friends. We won't have the largest company in the army, but I'd say one Revenant's Toll veteran is worth a dozen clanking knights at least. Hiya! Smooth. How's it going? Oh, I've been so caught up with recruiting that I almost forgot. There's been word from Alpha now. Apparently, the Alliance leaders are convening in Ul'dah to discuss Ishgard's plight, and they've requested your presence, as usual. Anyway, you'd best make your way to Ul'dah, or you'll be late. Alphino said that he would meet you on the Royal Promenade. To Ul'dah we go. Alright, Alphinod. My apologies for calling you away from your tasks. I had hoped to proceed with these negotiations one leader at a time, but it seems my urgent requests for an audience have prompted a gathering of the council. Needless to say, I feel obliged to attend. Just. The Alliance leaders are already seated within. Let us join them, shall we? Whatever you say, Alphino.
We are well aware of Ishgard's dilemma, and we agree with your assessment.
Then I trust there are no objections to the Crystal Braves' intervention.
Ul'dah has not.
Gridania does not object.
The Crystal Braves are yours to command, Alphino. Do what you will. We shall pray for your success.
It was my hope that you would offer more substantial aid than prayer. I know it is within your means.
Do not presume that you have knowledge of our every concern. The Garleans and the Beast Tribes are but two of many. We are not in a position to contribute greatly to the defense of Ishgard, not when our own homes are still under siege.
We dare not leave our interests in Cartano undefended as well. Teleji Adeleji and his ilk would seize control of the territories in our absence.
The enemy is at their gates, and you would cower behind yours?
To be fair, that is exactly what they did.
No one is cowering, boy. We will offer what support we can.
Aye, support. A handful of men and no more.
Would that we could commit more than a token force to this cause. Yet there are others to whom you might turn. The free companies ever want for work.
And free companies are your guilds. Like, actual player guilds.
Ah, yes. The free companies. They're not like to turn you down.
I beg your pardon? You would entrust the survival of Ishgard to sell swords? Crises like these are the very reason why this alliance was formed. It is our duty to aid our fellow man.
My duty is to my country and my people. If you expect us to place the welfare of a foreign power above our own, you're going to be sorely disappointed. Lest you doubt, Limsa comes first, then the Alliance, and finally, circumstances permitting, Ishgard and the rest.
It's true. You cannot help anyone if you cannot help yourself.
If you cannot understand so simple a concept, then you have no place at this table.
Forgive me, Admiral. I was careless in my choice of words.
I suggest you assemble a party of elite adventurers, assuming you haven't already. Your fellows served us well during Operation Archon. I dare say they will do so again. If I may, Your Grace, I wish to propose a redistribution of forces. If we entrust the security of Uldar to the Brass Blades for a time, we can dispatch a larger force to Ishgard.
Ooh, I don't know about that though. We've seen time and again that the Brass Blades are not the most reliable part of the Uldar security forces.
Your Grace?
Yes. Yes, of course. Do what you will.
No, she's lost in thought. At this point, I don't think Raubon knows of what her plan is. She's doing her gotcha dailies. Yeah, she actually just has her tablet in front of her. She's like, shit. God, guys, this meeting's so boring.
Is Her Grace not feeling well?
To the best of my knowledge, Her Grace is in perfect health.
I see. Carry on.
I really like her top, and you can get it at the Gold Saucer. I just have not gotten it, because I don't know what glam I'd make with it. I look unimaginably tall. It cut off my head. What was that perspective? Once again, I owe you an apology. It seems you've been conscripted into leading a contingent... Whoa. Leading a contingent of adventurers on yet another mission of inestimable danger. But I fear we've been left with little alternative. We cannot well abandon Lord Horshevant and Sir Emmerich to their fate. We must abide by the Council's decision, as short-sighted as it is, and strive to fulfill our roles as Eorzea's guardians. 3 alpha tall. 3 alphanos tall. He's just got 2 of them, one sitting on his shoulders. I'm actually just 3 alphanos in a trench coat. Captain Ilbert, what news? Then the assault has begun. We have but this moment concluded our audience with the Alliance leaders. Move our forces into position. Your unit will join House Durandare at the Steel Vigil. Man the cannons alongside the knights, and thin the Dravanian horde ere they descend upon Ishgard. I will join you as soon as I am able. We're 74 Lalas. I'd say maybe like 6 of them. Tatara's like half Alphina's height. Coffeemancer, I would have you and your adventurer allies bolster the defenses at the Steps of Faith. Report first to Sir Marceline at the Gates of Judgment, and he will direct you to where you are needed most. May the gods grant us victory. Hi. I hope you're having a good day. Welcome in to the Gates of Judgment. Oh, thank you. So, your sword users and your axe users, those would be your tanks. There's Viper, which is twin blades. You have Ninja, which is daggers. Paladin is sword and shield. And then you've got Warrior, which is your axe-wielding class. The new class set to come out in September is a limited job. And it's going to be using like a smaller hand axe, I think. You are the appointed captain of the sellsword contingent? Then welcome. There is no shortage of blade work to be done. As we speak, Dravanian skirmishing parties are harrying positions across the Central Highlands. So Paladin does have some magic use at late levels, but for the most part, they are melee. Like, to actually do most of your damage, you have to be up close. Warrior, just about everything except their, like, tomahawk range ability is melee. They have to be up close and personal. I've assigned the Crystal Braves and your fellow adventurers to contain these scattered attacks, and for the present, I would have you join them. This is, of course, merely a precursor to the assault on Ishgard proper. A warrior Lalafell? Funny enough, my first ever ult was a warrior Lalafell. The wily serpents seek to divide and confuse our forces, but we will not be so easily drawn out of position. The Temple Knights will remain on the Steps of Faith and continue our preparations. When the Horde arrives in force, they shall face a wall of Ishgardian steel. Report back to me once their advanced skirmishers are slain. Yeah. I was, a Lalafell warrior until I became a Lalafell Dark Knight, and then I went back to my main. Because I played the Lalafell ult until Big Coffee Bean started playing the game again. Because I didn't want to progress my main without him. So I just made a whole other character. I was like, oh, okay. The Dark Knights are your edgy tank class. That is not where I was planning to go. I went straight past it. Needs to go up here. So, when I was a wee lass, the first ever dungeon I did in World of Warcraft was the Leroy Jenkins dungeon, and I did that as a Death Knight. You can be damn sure that my... Oh! Well, welcome in. We're chillin'. You know, my pet aggroed every egg in that dungeon. And then my friend who had gotten me into the game came down and she was like, what is going on? And I was like, I have no idea. And she realized what was happening. She's like, oh no. Oh, thank you. Just blame the hunter. There was no hunter. It was just me and my failings. Oh, I don't need to talk to them. We just... Did I talk to them? Are there more? Donde? Oh. There are more. Yeah. As of now, we're playing through Final Fantasy XIV. I'm trying to catch up on all the story with everybody before... Yeah, so the relic gear you get for the class that I'm playing right now at level 50, it doesn't look exactly the way I drew it, but it's very, very, very similar. I got it as close as I could. Yeah, we're playing 14 on the weekends, and then right now we are playing through Kingdom Hearts 2 during the week. And then tomorrow, we're catching up on the event quest happening in Wuthering Waves. That is Y'shtola. She's one of the scions that is in this game. She's really cool. Quite possibly one of my favorite scions. In fact, she is one of my favorite scions. I've got different avatars depending on the game. If I have one for the game. I don't always. What interrupted my cast? How? To the gates of judgment. Oh, I move with the mouse. It could have been when I was trying to move my camera. Well, I move with a combination of the mouse and keys. But I primarily move using the mouse. What news, adventurer? The reinforcements? Decimated, you say? Dravanian devils. Damn their scaly hides. Hold fast to your grief and fury, my lady. We will avenge the deaths of your fellows in the battle to come. Ere you commit yourself to the siege, you should know that it is you should know what it is you are tasked with defending. Beyond the gates of judgment lie the steps of faith, a great bridge of stone that leads directly to the city of Ishgard. More than simply a means to cross the Sea of Clouds, the bridge serves as a foundation for the arcane wards that form the barrier we call Danifin's Collar. Alas, in dispelling the barrier's outermost layer, that thrice-damned witch, Iceheart, stripped the bridge of its protection, and thus are the dragons now able to land unhindered upon the steps of faith. Should the Dravanians succeed in destroying the remainder of the wards, the winged devils will be free to swarm within the city itself. Needless to say, we cannot suffer that to happen. It shall be our task as defenders to prevent any harm from coming to those parts of the bridge, wherein the wards are sealed. 3 yet remain, and we have dispatched our forces accordingly. I would ask you and your comrades to accompany our defenders at the outermost ward. I should hope that includes us as well, yes? It's the Scions! Hell yeah. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn. We cannot well stand idly by while the Horde threatens the good people of Ishgard. Indeed, to do otherwise would go against all that Master Louisoix has taught us. As for where we may be of most assistance, I think it prudent we divide into 2 groups. Ida and I will join the rear guard. Right. If the dragons should reach us, we'll be sure to give them what for. Thank you, all of you. Pray, speak with me again when your preparations are complete, and together we shall stand against the Horde. I trust you're ready then. Good. Come, let us make for the battlefield. From Shira. Oh. In event, I can't move. We claim victory this day, or Ishgard falls. Oh boy. No pressure. Accept the fury into your heart and defend this bridge with your life's blood. You tell him, Lucia. Oh. Well, there they are.
Let's finish this quickly, shall we?
I shall make it quick.
Yes, it is. He's got such a tiny head, though. Like, compare. Oh. Oh no. Am I still taking damage? I promise I'm aware of my surroundings, mostly. No! They're also turtles. There's turtles everywhere. The shot makes ready to strike with a powerful attack. Everyone fall back. Fall back now. Well, we're all down for the count, so don't know how we're doing that. Oh.
To me!
Oh. Oh no. Oh no. That only hurt a lot of it. But thankfully, Y'shtola is also a healer. It took me way too long to realize that I needed to swap. Oh. Okay, we're good. We're evading things. We're gaming. I finally wasn't in the middle of that. The first ward has been breached. Fall back and regroup. The battle is not lost yet. Oh, pain. We'll see to things here, Coffee Mincer. Fall back and help the others guard the ward. You feel like you missed a cool scene? You may have. Did you see the giant dragon land on the bridge? Then yes. You were away for like 7 minutes? Oh! Tragic. Yeah, I think it's really cool when they put you in the middle of battles like this.
This one'll sting.
Was that Ida? That was Ida. Large dragon with a very tiny head. Little head. Large dragon. You must defeat their champion at all costs. Lucia, I am trying. I promise you. Oh my god. Here we go. Oh. It wasn't me. I didn't kill him. There's a battle in Beetlejuice? The second ward has fallen. That leaves only one. There's only one ward left. Ida and I have matters here well in hand. Coffee Mincer, you must go and see to the final ward. I'm on it. They will know the wrath of the Azure Dragoon. Will they? They better. You tell him, Estinian. Hold your ground. Should this barrier fall, Ishgard will be awash in flame. Ow. Hold nothing back. I haven't been, I promise. I'm using every spell I have at my disposal. Oh, did the first one not register? That's fine. It's actually been so long since I watched Beetlejuice. I love that movie. Really? It's a good watch if you ever get the chance to. Why can't I target it? There we go. Honestly, same. Defeat him before the knights lose their resolve? No, I didn't even know there was one. I look for it. Don't use your spelling. Okay. Oh. Got a sequel in 2020? I feel like I heard about that. I don't think I ever watched it. Victory is ours! Sorry, 1 second. The dragons. They're withdrawing. Victory is ours. We made it. one of Nidhogg's greatest champions, slain. The Horde will not soon recover from this blow. But what of you, Nidhogg? Why did you not join your minions and make of this battle a slaughter? Have you grown so fond of the stench of your lair? Mayhap you prefer to have your allies fight your battles for you. You have a girl to do your bidding now, do you not? No matter. I shall slay Iceheart, and all the rest. But I yearn to spill the blood of a great worm, Nidhogg, and only your death will sate my lance. And then he did as dragoons do, and he jumped. To where, I do not know. Coffeemancer, the dragons are routed. Lest you wonder, the fighting at the Steel Vigil was also fierce, but my crystal braves were not found wanting. Commander Leveilleur, Coffeemancer, true to your word, you arrived to aid us in our hour of need. On behalf of the Holy See and the people of Ishgard, I offer you my humble thanks. Though I would stay and lavish you with well-deserved praise, I fear I must away to oversee the aftermath of the siege. Not all the dragons are fled, and there are yet wounded to be carried from the field. Pray, let us meet anon that I might express my thanks with the proper courtesy. We have indeed achieved a victory of singular importance. With the Dravanian horde thus weakened and scattered, the threat to Ishgard has been greatly diminished. And, mayhap equally significant, the Holy See must now recognize the necessity of cooperation with foreign powers. Long have they barred their gates against the outside world, but I am confident that the day will soon come when Ishgard proclaims itself a member of the Eorzean Alliance once more. Much have we sacrificed in our struggles against the Dravanians and Primals, the Ascians and the Empire, but, step by unfaltering step, we march ever nearer to our goal. And, as ever, the journey is made with you in the van. The victory you have won this day gives us greater hope for the morrow. 'Tis a hope that shall sustain us in the days to come and bear us past the many evils that yet seek to hinder our progress. Yes, we have done well, my friend, and I, for one, would take a moment to savor the enormity of our achievement. The demands of duty, however, allow me little time for levity. I must accompany Captain Ilbert back to Ul'dah and reassign those braves whose squad suffered heavy losses. You, my friend, have earned a rest at the Rising Stones. Pray return to Revenant's Toll and share your tale with Minfilia in person. We will see to informing the other nations of what took place here. Do be sure to give our regards to Minfilia. It was. And it only gets better. Sorry, I'm really hyped. We're like right up at the end for Realm Reborn. There's still plenty of content in Realm Reborn that we haven't done, but I'm focusing in on, like, primary story. I've actually never done the full raid series for Realm Reborn, now that I think about it. Coffee Mincer, welcome back. Alphino sent word of the siege, and, of course, of the role you played in ending it. Your deeds never cease to amaze me, Coffee Mincer. Thank you. Broken bridges. Yeah. But once we're caught up on story, then I can worry about, like, all the optional content. I really want to at least try to get to the end of the story before the next expansion drops. You must be weary, Coffee Mincer, and now may very well be your only chance to... Antecedent. Oh, they got so much to do. A messenger from Ul'dah arrived with a missive for you. The royal seal. Curious indeed. Ah, an invitation. On behalf of the Council of the Eorzean Alliance, Her Royal Majesty Nanamo Ul'Namo invites the Scions of the Seventh Dawn to attend a feast at the Royal Palace of Ul'dah, in honor of Ishgard's recent victory. It would seem we are to be recognized for our part in lifting the siege, you for your valiant efforts as commander of the adventurers' contingent, and the Archons for their earnest attempts to rouse the city-states. Truly, I find it strange that the Alliance leaders should think themselves deserving of a place at such a celebration. All three refused to deploy their standing armies, preferring to send hastily assembled companies of sellswords, many of whom perished ere the siege began. Are they truly so brazen as to seek to share in the glory of your triumph? But mayhap they simply seek a pretext to meet with the Ishgardians while the mood is yet jubilant. Such an occasion would present a fine opportunity to press for Ishgard's return to the Eorzean Alliance. Good lord. Anyway. We have scarce time to mourn Mimbrita, and I, for one, am in no mood to carouse. But I suppose we must put away our grief for the good of the realm. Though you were promised a rest, I fear I must insist that you also attend. It would be a strange celebration indeed if the victorious hero were not present. Pray, content yourself with the thought that such occasions may bring about momentous change, and this without recourse to bloodshed. Tataru, if you would do me the favor of contacting the rest of the Scions. Of course, Antecedent. And please let me know if there's anything else I can do. No. Curious. I have never known Tataru to sigh at such requests. Could aught be amiss? Oh, they still have this quest line in there. At least I think they do. She's there for so much more, though. I promise. Tataru is conspicuous by her absence. Tataru? I believe she just stepped outside. Now that I think on it, she did seem rather preoccupied. Yeah. Tataru is a she. Where is she? There she is. Oh, Coffee Mincer, it's you. I didn't mean to worry anyone. It's nothing, really. Well, it's not nothing, exactly. But it feels like nothing compared to the towering trials you and the others face every day. And that's why I should probably talk to Memphilia before things get any worse. You always know what to say, Coffee Mincer. I'm glad we had this little chat. No. My ankles. Nope, I didn't say a thing. She had the whole conversation by herself, and it was enough for her. I'm really good at that, too. I'm good at the sitting there and being the bounce board for people's thoughts. I'm not good at comforting at all. I'm so bad at it. I want to be comforting for people, like, if they're having a bad time, but I am so shit at knowing what to say. Yes, Totaro, you have my undivided attention. I've been hesitant to broach the subject, what with all the recent excitement, but Coffee Mincer made me realize that there's no time like the present, and time is what I'm here to ask you for. I'm not sure I understand. If you wish to be excused from your duties for a time, then you have certainly earned the rest. But I suspect that lying abed is far from your intent. You know me too well, Antecedent. There is, in fact, something I've been wanting to try my hand at. Along with the adventurers and the Crystal Braves, the Scions are constantly being thrown into dangerous battles and deadly predicaments. Even Hoary Boulder and Coltene have been promoted from guard duty to fill our need for the competent warriors. And so it seems only right that I, too, should acquire the power to defend myself, and others. More importantly, when I return, I shall be both your receptionist and your bodyguard. Nope. Whoa, hey! That's the first time I've almost been knocked to the ground by a Lalafell. I've never seen Miss Totaro so determined. As aught befell with which I might help, Antecedent. Not at present, thank you. Was there something you would ask of me? Oh, yes. Pray excuse my distraction. An adventurer who was to join us for escort duty was injured while out on patrol, and I fear we cannot properly defend the scholars entrusted to our protection without the aid of at least one more guard. Therefore, I humbly request that another adventurer of the capable kind, of course, be assigned to our party. Very well. I shall consider the potential candidates and provide you with a replacement as soon as I am able. My thanks, Antecedent. I take my leave of you. Oh, there's two. The power to defend oneself. Jotaro has ever been full of surprises. Now that I think on it, I do recall Urianger mentioning that she had developed an interest in Arcanima. Mayhaps she hopes to gain admittance to the Arcanists Guild in Limsa. Yes, that will be the way of it. Would you be so kind as to journey to the guild and see that all is well? It's doubtless unwarranted, but surely I'm not alone in my concern for her safety. I wonder, do you perchance recall the commitment I made to furnish Hoary Boulder with a capable adventurer? Well, I am sorry to say that I have as yet been unable to do so. Hello, I hope you're both doing well. Now, I realize that you are rather more than a capable adventurer, and that escort duty is frankly beneath a woman of your talents, but I have no one else to turn to at present. Might you be willing to forego rest and assist us in this matter? Generous to a fault. I thank you, Coffee Mincer. Now, it seems only fair that I explain the import of the task in question. For some time, our order has employed a handful of scholars to travel around Eorzea, taking etheric readings that we might better understand the impact of primal summonings. Naturally, it behooves us to ensure our employees' safety, and so we ask the adventurers in our service to serve as escorts. Hoary Boulder and Coltonay were to act as two such escorts, as was the third adventurer, but alas, due to injury, said adventurer is not presently fit for duty, hence my need to impose upon your goodwill. You truly are a pillar of strength, Coffeemancer. Hoary Boulder will share with you the details of your task. He should be waiting for you outside. Be safe. Okay. We'll do that first, and then we'll go check in with Taru. Ah, Coffeemancer, is it true that you agreed to lend us a hand? Huzzah! What did I tell you, Coltonay? Our misfortune is becoming a blessing, an opportunity to serve alongside the warrior of light herself. Need I remind you that we have 3 scholars to escort, each of whom will take a different route? True, but our mission is the same. Separated by moms we may be, but in spirit we shall be together. If such thoughts bring you joy, you are welcome to think them. To more practical concerns, Coffeemancer we would have you attend to the scholar charged with surveying the South Shroud. Good Lord, my tongue is twisted in knots today. He's waiting at Camp Tranquil as we speak. All you need to do is follow the man. He will determine the most appropriate locations to take his readings. In spirit, Coffeemancer, in spirit, we shall be together every step of the way. Hell yeah. At last, the Scion's woman deigns to grace me with her presence. A pity that we have no time for pleasantries. The weekend's going well so far. I just can't seem to speak English today. How is your weekend going? I hope it's well. Our first destination is Isambhar. Come, we're late enough as it is. Thankfully, we don't have to stick with him the whole way, we just need to go to where he is. Whee! Yes, this location should suffice. Once I finish calibrating my instruments, I will require but a moment to take the necessary measurements. Awake at 2 a.m. I failed a fate. It assumed I was a part of it. Awake at 2 a.m.? Is that a good thing or a bad thing, though? Lurking in your friend's streams. Fair enough. I trust I need not explain that my work can suffer no interruptions. Then please, stand at an appropriate distance and keep watch for wild beasts. Alright, Grumpy Goose, I'll stand right here. And I will watch this cloud of purple smoke. It is targeting everything but the one I need it to target. Good. Oh, man. I see we've both completed our respective tasks. A satisfactory outcome. Though if I could make one suggestion, you might try to dispatch your foes more quietly in the future. I do not like to pick fault, but I really must be allowed to concentrate. Dude. How am I supposed to make my fireballs silent? Now then, Snake Molt awaits, shall we? I guess we shall. Should have let them just spit right on your head. But I hope that everyone is having a fantastic day. I hope the weekend is treating everyone well. How do I get in there? Up and over. Right about here, yes. As before, I would ask that you keep an eye out for dangerous beasts as I work. I'm on it. Maybe? Possibly? Fascinating. These readings are not at all what I expected. Though perhaps that should come as no surprise. I'm not given to superstition, but there is a queer, almost blasphemous air hereabouts. Let us quit this place and return to Roots Lake. We have one more site to survey. You know, I don't think we ever finished Luigi's Mansion. One day we will. As before, my guardian, pray leave me to my task and ensure our safety. I love that mount. The time has come. Oh god. Oh god. Oh man. Mistakes may have been made. I shall. Good luck with work. Be safe. This data should prove invaluable to... Ye gods, what is that stench? Did you slaughter a creep of adamantoises while my back was turned? Quickly now, to Camp Tranquil. I'll not have my clothing reeking of blood and offal. To anyone that would like to use the emotes I have made. If you follow me on Kick, they're there. I can't put them on YouTube until, he's right here. Until I hit 500 subscribers. And I don't exactly know how it would work on YouTube either, to be honest. You chose to paddle on the Icar a while longer, I take it. No matter, I took advantage of my unexpected privacy and performed a cursory analysis of my data. It would appear that there has been a measurable decrease in Eorzea's ambient ether concentration since the calamity. However, this data is far from conclusive. We must take additional measurements to confirm my assessment. For our next survey, I would have you escort me to Earth's fount. The ambient ether concentrations there are so high that crystalline structures form spontaneously. Consequently, anomalous fluctuations should be much easier to detect. Brilliant, yes? No, don't bother answering. That was rhetorical. Now, come along. Bruh. The audacity. I saw that in the next part of 7, they're bringing back using airship to get around. I think that's going to be really cool. I go... Probably can't go high enough to go over it, but I can definitely go around it a little bit. You should be more than familiar with the procedure by now. Pray find a suitable position from which to keep watch while I take measurements. Yes, quite high, yet still markedly lower than the historical measurements taken near the end of the 6th astral era. Could the presence of a primal account for the difference? Or is there something else? Something else. Where are you going? Something else. Scion, come here. I need you. Oh. That's Wilrid. Fear not, my friends. Help has arrived. There you are, Coffeemancer. Tori and I were worried when you and your charge failed to return at the appointed hour. Gutted like a hog. But not by one. No. These wounds were made with a blade. Doesn't look like he put up much of a fight either. Nary a mark on his sword or his shield. I've heard nothing of any Crystal Brave operations in this area. What cause had Wilrid to come here? What should we do? We will see to the Scholar's protection, Coffeemancer. Aye, and the boy's remains. You should return to the Rising Stones. The antecedent will want to know what happened here. And so do I. Poor Wilrid. He was so excited to join the Braves. Coffeemancer, you returned, and you seem troubled. Did the role of escort chafe so? Wilfred, dead? Mayhap murdered? Neither 12, how can that be? There was a moida. I will send word to Alphino at once. He will want to conduct a full investigation, and send word to Wilfred's family. Gods, he was just a boy. Who would do this, and why? Okay. Let's go check in with Mr. Taru. I'm not I didn't touch the rock. Touch. Is there a staircase down? Oh, there is. Coffeemancer, what are you doing here? I didn't mean for her to worry. That's the last thing I wanted. Putting an end to such worries is precisely the reason I'm here, don't you see? I, Tataru Taro, shall become a great and powerful arcanist. And now, at Mistress Dubergeim's behest. What a name. I must go and complete a special training exercise. Until we meet again. Yes, Ghost? Oh, he's brought his toys. Greetings and welcome to the Arcanist Guild. Do you require assistance? So you are acquainted with our newest member. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but I fear young Tataru may not be ideally suited to the study of Arcanima. Nevertheless, she would not be denied, and goes now to undertake her first trial, a simulated inspection of 3 crates. A simple task, some might say, but one all Arcanists are expected to complete. Oh my god, I had to sneeze, I'm sorry. A thought occurs to me. Why not supervise Tataru's training? You're clearly an accomplished adventurer, and given your relationship with the girl, you seem an ideal person to have on hand. Her trial will be conducted at the cliffs south of the Zephyr Gate. You need only observe at a distance. Oh my god, I never went to... I have done nothing in Limsa Lominsa. How did I never go to Summerford Farm? Can you really finish Base Realm Reborn without ever going there? I guess technically if you started in Limsa, you probably would have gone there. I'm gonna go get a rock before I go and talk to Tataru. Sorry, Tataru. Orazur sees to Pirate's Port, where she met her shining jewel. For to bring the smuggler's plan to naught came the lass whom none could fool. Eat him with a backdraft, gut him with a gust, deck him with a downburst, go Carbuncle, go! Are those crates I spy? Ah, and this must be the true test. But we're ready for them, aren't we, Carbuncle? Oh. Carbuncle? It's just completely dried off. Oh, Tataru. No, come back, Carbuncle, come back! Poor thing. I should have known you'd come, Coffee Mancer. You needn't say a word. Your face says it all. I know you bore witness to my shame. Betrayed by my own carbuncle and left at the mercy of wild beasts. I must accept the truth. I'll never be a warrior like you or the others. I will inform Mistress the Bubergheim of my intention to withdraw from the guild. Arcanima, like so much else, is beyond me. Oh, don't cry. It's okay, Tataru. Back so soon. How fared our fledgling arcanist? Abysmally, mistress. Abysmally, as Coffee Mancer will testify. I was wrong to become an arcanist. Wrong as usual. I am completely and utterly unqualified, and I sincerely apologize for wasting your time. Tataru, if that were true, I would not have permitted you to join in the first place. We must all come to accept our limitations, lest our ambitions lead us astray. That cat hair like stuck right on my nose, and it's like really distracting, sorry. However, we must not lose sight of our strengths in the process. For example, your exceptional skill with numbers helped you to gain a solid grasp of the fundamentals of Arcanima. Were it not so, you would have struggled even to summon Carbuncle to your side. In my opinion, the Scions are truly fortunate to have such a capable and good-natured receptionist in their service. Would you not agree? You're too kind, mistress. Though I could not overcome this challenge, I shall take your words to heart and try not to be discouraged. As fetching as these garments are, I fear I shall never don them again. But I can't go back to the Rising Stones without something to show for my time away. Wait, I know what I can do. That is, if you don't mind accompanying me for a little longer. Wonderful. Then to Costa del Sol we will go. It's a bit of a gamble, but I'm confident it will pay off. Oh, that's a fence. And I can just teleport. Yes, this is it. This is where the man at the Drowning Wench told me to look. There's a certain variety of clam which can be harvested this time of year in Bloodshore, one which produces the most marvelous pearls. However, these clams are also coveted by certain wild creatures, and since I fared rather poorly in battle last time, let us be off. She's like, way out this way. Oh. That still broke my legs. What fortune! I've already found one. Would you be so kind as to keep watch while I work? This should only take a moment. There we go. Morgar. Yeah, this thing's kind of kicking my ass though, I'm not gonna lie. Yes, Ghost. Unfortunately, this is not something I can pause. Give me just a second. It resisted the sleep. Oh god. I ain't got no potions. I'm gonna die. I lived. Tired the things that I do for the Scions. Well fought, Coffee Mincer, well fought. I knew I was right to ask you to come. As for me, I have my prize, a bounty of blood pearls. So named for their reddish hue. They were treasured as wards against dark magics in ancient times. I thought I might make some charms for everyone, so that no matter where they go, they'll always come home. It's sort of a power to defend myself and other people, in a way. Right, well, I mustn't keep Flamine waiting. There's work to be done, and lots of it. We're to secure provisions for the Scions in the Lominsan markets. She may have an eye for quality, but I have a nose for bargains. Will you be heading back to the Rising Stones? If so, pray convey my apologies to the antecedent and tell her that she needn't worry about me. Farewell, Coffee Mincer, and thank you for everything. That sounded rather final, didn't it? How about until we meet again? They're fishing. Honestly, fishing in this game is actually so relaxing. I literally logged in just to fish not that long ago. I think it was like last week. I think that quest line used to be longer, because I think she tried her hand at more than just the Arcanist Guild. But I could be wrong. I know they've changed the original Realm Reborn, like, quest line from start to finish. I know they shortened it a lot. They shortened dialogue for some cutscenes. Like the cutscene with Gaius in the Praetorium used to be a lot longer. Welcome home, Coffee Mincer. I gather you found Tataru and Limsa Lominsa? My, it sounds as though she had quite an adventure. And while it did not end as she had hoped, I suspect that it will prove to be a valuable experience. I dare say she could have managed without our intervention. Even so, I appreciate you indulging my request. I am sorry, Coffee Mincer. No doubt you have other matters to attend to, and we have already imposed upon you so much. Pray, take some time for yourself. I dare say you have more than earned a respite. After all, we will be most busy with preparations as the banquet draws near, should other adventurers summon you. Elsewhere, perhaps now is the time to heed their call. In order to progress in the main scenario, you must first complete certain quests in the Crystal Tower series. Alright, we're about to go knock out this Crystal Tower. We're gonna go speak with Rambros. Arbro, Rambros. Ha ha ha. Thank you. I'm here Monday to Wednesday and Saturday, Sunday. Don't worry, I'll see myself out. Okay. Rambros. He's this way. Okay. Why, if it isn't Coffeemancer being herself, I was not expecting such a celebrated guest. To what do I owe the honor of this visit? You were directed here, you say? By a man clad in foreign garb? Well, the opportunity he spoke of must surely refer to our latest geographical endeavor. Oh my god. Quite how he came to know of its... oh my god! Quite how he came to know of it is another matter. All knowledge of this project was supposed to be restricted to my organization. But that is something for me to ponder in private. You're here now, and your services will, I am certain, prove invaluable. I must warn you, however, that the venture we have in mind is no simple excavation. An unprepared or incautious adventurer could very well find herself on an unplanned and unpleasant journey to Thal's solemn halls. Knowing this, do you still wish to lend us your cooperation? Yep. I rather thought you would say that. Your courage is scarcely a secret. Now, the first... Coffeemancer? I thought it was you! What brings you to St. Koinex? Don't tell me. The Alliance has sent you on another realm-shaking, history-making mission to lay low an apparently insuperable foe. Yes? No? Ah, I see you two are already acquainted. That as well. Master Garland, our intrepid hero here, caught wind of the forthcoming expedition and has kindly pledged to assist us. She has she? Glad to have you aboard, Coffeemancer. You don't have the faintest idea what you volunteered for, do you? Very well, let us begin at the beginning. The sons of St. Koinek are tasked with unearthing the secrets of the long-fallen Allegan Empire. And this present endeavor aims to delve more deeply into the civilization's mysteries than ever before. Ah, but I know that look, and in the event that you feel ill-equipped to contribute much on the subject of Allegan archaeology, I invite you to recall your encounter with the Ultima weapon. This ghost. I must throw a toy for the cat. That mechanical monstrosity represented a feat of engineering far beyond aught Garlemald can presently achieve. Nero Tolskeva simply awoke it. I mention this by way of a reminder that you have had what one might term an extensive first-hand experience with a notable Allegan relic. In short, you're practically an archaeologist. Now, to the core of the matter. Here in Mordona, there stands an entire Allegan structure, which we have yet to investigate. I speak, of course, of the Crystal Tower. After witnessing the destructive capabilities of the Ultima weapon, and the Lesser Moon Dalamud before it, it seems wise to treat any remnants from that era with the utmost caution. They must be analyzed, monitored, and above all, kept from falling into the wrong hands. To put it plain, I have no wish to see another megalomaniacal Legatus wield one of those weapons. It was this thought which first moved me to contact the Sons and propose that the tower be explored. For several millennia, the Crystal Tower remained hidden, buried deep underground. But, like so many other things that were better left undisturbed, the structure was freed from its stony prison by the great upheaval which accompanied the coming of the Seventh Umbral Era. It now stands revealed, in all its splendor, a gleaming spear of crystal pointed at the bosom of the heavens. Would literally incinerate you. We believe the tower to be the repository of much of the ancients' wisdom. Unfortunately, its entrance is guarded by formidable defenses. We cannot so much as peep through the keyhole, much less set foot inside. These defenses take the form of statues carved into the likeness of giant swordsmen. The 8 Sentinels, as the Sons are wont to call them, is the first barrier we must overcome. Why not simply fly over them in an airship, you ask? It's been tried before. Any vessel that ventures too close to the tower is blasted out of the air. We either destroy those statues, or the front door is forever beyond our reach. My colleagues and I are ill-suited to negotiating such deadly hazards. Thus, if we are to gain access to the tower's secrets, we must needs employ the services of an experienced adventurer. It will be difficult and dangerous, Coffeemancer, but I can think of no finer woman for the task. If I didn't know better, I'd say you had a taste for these deadly escapades. I look forward to working with you again. There is much more to be done before we can begin the expedition proper. Take some time to prepare yourself, and I shall explain the challenges that lie ahead. Our first objective is to reach the entrance to the Crystal Tower. As previously mentioned, however, that will prove no easy task. The entrance is guarded by powerful defense mechanisms, each utilizing one of the 4 elements of fire, water, wind, or earth. Anyone attempting to simply stroll past these unsleeping sentinels invites swift obliteration. Based on Master Garland's analyses, however, we are reasonably certain that the attacks of these lethal contraptions can be reflected using a crystal of the corresponding element. Naturally, these crystals must be of surpassing clarity, free of the slightest impurities, much like the flawless specimens used by the beastmen in their primal summoning rituals. Mayhap I should have said exactly like the specimens they use. Were there any other way, we would not ask this of you, but we need someone to enter the beast tribe's strongholds and liberate their perfect crystals. For the moment, we would have you focus on obtaining 2 of the 4 crystals we require. Pray make for Lenosha, where both the Sapsa spawning grounds and Ugamaro mines are located. You may be certain that the materials used in the Beastmen's sacred rituals will be well defended. Whether you choose to venture there alone or with companions, I shall leave to your discretion, but whatever you do, please be careful. Now on to Aleport. Man, they have 4 NPCs that can repair your gear all like clustered here. Glorious. I remember that quest feeling far more difficult. I think I'm just crazy. Sometimes I really wish that I did play 1.0 because I feel like being part of when they shut down the game to completely like redo it would have been really cool because they did like a whole battle from what I understand. Now progress your efforts in infiltrating the Beastmen's strongholds. Here you go. So these are the famed flawless crystals of the beast tribes. I've seen countless specimens from I know not how many excavations, but nothing to compare to these. Their purity is astounding. You've done well, Coffeemancer. With these in our possession, we lack only the crystals of fire and wind. The former lies in Zaharak, the war camp of the Amalja in Thanalan, and the latter in Nadalan, the roost of the Ixal in the hills of Kurthus. You can expect them to be as closely guarded as the first two, if not more so. Still, I look forward to receiving word of your resounding success. I'm on it. Swift as the wind. I'm just out here failing all the fates. Got that, and then on to Kurthus. We're on a roll. That's the mount you get if you're a conjurer. Thank you, random passerby, for letting me show that. Here we go. And back we go. I've apparently joined another fate. Coffee Mincer, it is good to see you. Tell me, were you able to obtain the remaining crystals from the Beastman? I sure was. Here you go. Wonderful. With all 4 crystals in hand, we're now ready to proceed at the next stage of our preparations. I hope I did not give the impression that we would be embarking on our journey to the Crystal Tower just yet. Alas, there is another step which must be completed ere we come to that. While the crystals you acquired are indeed flawless, they are of little use to us in their present form. If they are to reflect the elemental forces of the tower's defenses, they must needs be cut and polished. A process which calls for a very particular set of materials. Procuring them will be a challenge in itself, I fear. Needless to say, we will be requiring your services yet once again. If the flawless crystals you procured for us are to retain their elemental purity during the shaping process, a very specific set of abrasive substances will be required. Well, I say substances, but one might just as well call them one substance. Namely, aether sand, which has 4 elementally aspected varieties. Alas, aether sand is neither common nor cheap. Indeed, it is not unusual for the abrasive to exceed the value of the precious stones it is used to polish. Given the rarity of the materials in question, the Goldsmiths Guild in Ul'dah seemed like the likeliest place to purchase the quantity we require. When I contacted the guild's master, however, I was informed that no aether sand was currently available. Though I requested that word be sent as soon as new stock came in, I have yet to receive aught but apologies. I should mention at this point that I placed the order some time before you procured the flawless crystals. I'm well aware that acquiring aether sand is no small feat, of course, and I am not an impatient man, but I fear the more we delay our investigation, the greater the risk that the tower's secrets may fall into the hands of other, less savory parties. That is why I wish to entrust you with the payment for our purchase and send you to speak directly with Guildmaster Serendipity. Mayhap the presence of such a distinguished personage will spur the guild into action. In any event, it is my hope that when next we meet, you will have found at least one of the 4 varieties of aether sand we require. Serendipity! It's been a while since we've seen her. We got our earrings from her when we first were honored as a hero in Ul'dah. Ah, Mistress Bean. Welcome, welcome. What brings you here, if I may ask? Money. You're here on behalf of the Sons of St. Koinak. What a fortunate timing. I was just about to contact Master Rambros with the news that we've finally managed to acquire a quantity of fire-aspected aether sand. I'm afraid it may be some time before we can supply the other 3 varieties, but you're welcome to settle accounts for that which we have now. Pray speak with Gemini over the... I do beg your pardon. It seems she's assisting another customer. Come on, there must be something you can do. Without that sand, we'll have to rethink our whole design. I sympathize with your plight, sir, but as I explained, the aether sand in question is already spoken for. If you'd like to reserve the next shipment, then I would be happy to accept the funds you've offered as partial payment. Partial? Are you saying it's not enough? I'm already stretching our research budget as it is. I suppose a man can do without a midday meal for a year or 2. Off you, Mancer. It's been too long. What brings you here, then? Got your eye on something expensive, have you? Well now, that is quite a money pouch. The sound of so many gil clinking together is strangely satisfying, is it not? Calming, and yet invigorating at the same time. Oh no. You're here for the blooming aether sand, aren't you? Well, I can't deny the Alagon civilization's a subject worth researching. The chief said he was looking into something big, but we never thought to ask him what. Wedge and I have been too busy tinkering with a new airship design to think of much else. Well, I say tinkering. Wrestling would be more like it. Still, after much wringing of hands and gnashing of teeth, we've managed to put together a prototype crystal-powered propulsion system. We got the idea for it when we heard how you lot had used a corrupted crystal on board the Enterprise. As a matter of fact... Anyway, to cut a long story short, our design calls for 4 varieties of aether sand. And that's why I can't just relinquish my claim on this batch here. Even for you, lass. How are we meant to usher in a brave new age of technological innovation, if not by technologically innovating, huh? While I hesitate to interrupt such an impassioned speech, duty compels me to point out that this lady is a representative of the organization that reserved the aether sand in question. To mention nothing of the fact that her purse is considerably larger than yours. Oh. It's like that, is it? Alright. This batch is yours. I'll let you have it. But if you're going to take my sand, it's only fair that you grant me a role in this project of yours. I'll take that as a yes. It's not every day you get a chance to experiment with the wonders of the ancients. With any luck, they'll inspire me to think up another technological innovation or 2. Speak with Biggs. Now then, from what you've told me, I'm guessing you'll be needing the other 3 varieties of elementally aspected aether sand as well, right? And rather than sitting on your rump waiting for a shipment that may never come, I reckon your time would be better spent looking for the stuff yourself. It just so happens that I know of a good place to start. There is said to be a peddler in northern Thanlan who, very occasionally, handles the earth-aspected variety of aether sand. Wedge is in the process of confirming the rumor as we speak. I know what you're thinking. When did my timid little friend decide he didn't need me to hold his hand anymore? The answer being, just the other day. Seems he's been inspired by a certain adventurer's heroic example. I thought he was joking when he volunteered to go to Thanlan without me. I just hope he manages to stay out of trouble. Head out to Blue Frog and you should find him poking about with his new bodyguard. Oh, did I not mention her? Aye, Wedge thought it would be wise to hire an adventurer to accompany him, just in case your heroic example turned out to be less inspiring than he first thought. Oh lord. Oh. I don't know which way I am. Wait, that's not the quest I'm looking for. Save your greetings. If you're looking for a hired blade, then you'll have to look elsewhere. After the day I've had, the only company I crave is the squat, silent type. The type that has a handle and holds no less than a pint of ale. You wish to hear my tale? I warn you, 'tis no stirring epic, but as you asked. My employer, a Lalafellin lad, wished to pay a visit to a peddler who deals in some manner of special sand. I forget what it was called, but 'tis apparently worth a small fortune. Anyway, when we arrived, the man claimed his stock had been stolen by bandits. Determined not to return empty-handed, we crept into the bandits' stronghold and set about locating the stolen goods. Long story short, alarms were raised, rogues were awoken, and we fled in a blind panic. I was separated from my employer in the confusion, and I've not seen him since. Oh, a friend of yours, is he? Then you'd best be prepared for the worst. 'Tis just possible the poor sod may yet be lost in the old Amagina mithril mine, but I fear the bandits will have caught up with him by now. We're on our way. Okay, Wedge. Go. How could I be so stupid? Sneaking into a bandit's lair. It's just not the sort of thing I do. Now I'm gonna die for it. No, I just need to stay calm. I can do this. I can be brave. I'm going to stand up and I'm going to walk out of here. Here we go. I'm sorry. Please don't kill me. I promise I'll leave and never come back. Coffee Mancer. Is it really you? But how did you find me? Can you smell fear? Yes. Yes, I can. Actually, ignore that smell. I expect you're wondering why I'm here. Well, I was just in the process of retrieving some stolen aether sand which Biggs and I need for our research, as it happens. It was, I concede, perhaps a touch foolish and very nearly fatal, but I did succeed in snatching the stuff before my bodyguard ran away and several dozen bandits came piling after me with knives and axes and what looked very much like a plank with a rusty nail in it. Anyway, the important thing is that the stolen aether sand is right here in my Oh dear. It must have fallen out when I was, taking evasive maneuvers. It seems I won't be leaving this infernal place for a while yet. You'll find the aether sand in my stead? Oh, thank the gods. You're a true friend, Coffee Mancer. I hope the search doesn't prove too troublesome. The bandits don't seem to care much for visitors. Oh, Lord. Ow. Am I a magician or am I a magician? I certainly look like one. Coffee Mancer, have you any luck locating the aether sand? Sure did. Yes, that's it. I must return to the workshop at once and tell Biggs the wonderful news. What's that? You're also on a mission to collect aether sand? And you're working with the chief? A treasure trove of Allegan knowledge, you say? I see. Then you should really be the one to have this. Biggs and I are far from exhausting all possible avenues of airship innovation, but it sounds as if your problem can't be solved by any other means. This expedition of yours sounds jolly interesting. I must say, I'm half inclined to join you. In fact, I think I will. Any venture worth the chief's time must be worth a look. Right. I'm more than ready to leave this awful place behind, and you should return to Mordona with that aether sand before there are any more, little mishaps. Be sure to keep a close eye on your pockets, Coffeemancer. Unlocking the crystal tower. Coffeemancer, you've returned. I take from your presence that you were successful in procuring us some aether sand. Tell me, which variety did you find? More than you asked for. Haha! See, 2 varieties. Well, that is 2 more than could reasonably be expected, and 2 less than I had hoped you would say. Forgive my flippancy. You've done well, truly. If all goes to plan, we need no longer fear death by fire or earth. Master Garland, if you would be so kind as to prepare the relevant crystals. I shall set to work immediately. Truth be told, I've been looking forward to this. One does not encounter materials like these every day. Speaking of which, how in the 7 hells did you find them? Mistake me not, old friend. I know only too well how capable you are. But aether sand isn't something you can simply find gathering dust at the back of a merchant's rare gem cabinet. You had help from Biggs and Wedge. Trust them to design a revolutionary new engine the moment I turn my back. As a genius meant to rest on his laurels when his employees are so damnably inventive, huh? And now they're determined to join us, are they? Typical. I jest, of course. It will be good to have them around. Still, as a matter of professional pride, let's endeavor to procure the 2 remaining varieties of aether sand before they arrive, shall we? Tell me, Rambrose, have we any information on where the water and wind aspected types might be hiding? Not as of yet. But I have made certain arrangements. We shall soon see if my efforts have borne fruit. Forgive me for observing, but you seem less than enthusiastic about that prospect. If there's a complication, I'd rather we discuss it now than risk jeopardizing the expedition. Mayhap an explanation is in order, but first, let us savor the preliminary victory that Coffeemancer has won for our cause, if only for a moment. Yes, I must speak of the arrangements I made to acquire the 2 remaining varieties of aether sand. Some days ago, I asked a Charlian acquaintance of mine to travel to Gridania and there gather the necessary materials. Since that time, however, I have heard nary a whisper from him. To be frank, this lack of communication is not entirely uncharacteristic, but I cannot discount the possibility that something ill has befallen the man. Alas, we do not have the time to investigate his fate. As I've mentioned before, the more we delay our expedition, the more likely it is that the Crystal Tower's secrets will fall into the wrong hands. Therefore, I would entrust you with the same mission I assigned to my friend. Travel to the Black Shroud, and seek out Orsamontre, the master of the markets in Gridania. If anyone knows where aether sand might be bought, it is he. Alright. Parseltongue, I'm on the way. Yes. I'm sorry. Did you say you wish to purchase Aether Sand? Forgive me, madam, but have you the faintest idea of the rarity of the material you seek? Why, I have not seen so much as a grain of Aether Sand in these markets for many a long year. I could tell you where one might mine the ore from which the water aspect of variety of the abrasive is derived, but only a desperate fool would willingly set foot in the place. You seem undeterred. Very well. Are you familiar with Earth's Gift? That is where the ore is to be found, in an area inhabited by a particularly pernicious hog. Should you encounter the betusked nightmare, you will know that you are in the right place, albeit at the wrong time. Farewell! Bet. Let's go get some pork chops. Whoa. You are too late, adventurer, and not only for the entertainment. You will find no trace of the ore which but recently lay here, nay, not so much as a speck. Ah, no, you will never spy me from there. For the time being, at least, you will have to trust the evidence of your ears. Now stop squinting at the foliage and listen. As I told you, the water-blessed mineral you hoped to find is gone, taken by me. Victory has made me magnanimous, however. Accordingly, I have decided to share the location of an alternative source of Aether Sand with you. The wind-touch variety, to be specific. I trust I have your attention? Good. A band of Ixal in the North Shroud keeps a quantity of the abrasive for the purpose of removing impurities from lesser crystals. Well, do you mean to dally here all day? Make haste, adventurer, before I snatch another prize from under your nose. This is to be a race. The Ixali logging grounds in the North Shroud shall be our destination, and that is where the real amusement will begin. May the best man win. Ghost just barked at Big Coffee Bean. Ow. Bravo. That was quite a show, adventurer. Why, the spectacle proved so enthralling that all thoughts of Aethersand slipped my mind. I appear to have forfeited our little race. Congratulations. The wind-touched abrasive is yours. And yet, having been treated to such a memorable performance, I cannot help feeling that the greater prize is mine. This inequity must not stand. I insist that you accept a token of my appreciation. Payment for this entertainment will be waiting for you to the east, in a clearing within Proud Creek. Pray retrieve the gift ere it is crushed beneath the iron feet of the Dullahans. Not what you were expecting? I took the liberty of refining the ore from Earth's gift into Aethersand. Do keep it safe, adventurer. Lest you accuse me of playing games, you should know that the thought of relinquishing my prize never once crossed my mind, until I saw you in action. Such deeds must needs be rewarded. It is my vocation, you see, to record history as it is made by mortal men, and I much prefer to chronicle the accomplishments of the bold and the mighty. Thus, it is my fervent wish that you continue your career with the same courage and zeal you have shown today. We shall meet again, adventurer, and sooner than you may imagine. What a strange individual. What news of your mission? Are we any closer to acquiring the remaining abrasives? Wouldn't you know it? You've brought both! I shall have Master Garland begin work on the crystals immediately. There. That should do the trick. Excellent work. We now possess all 4 of the fangs required to pierce the Crystal Tower's defenses. My compliments, Master Garland. Oh, it was a trifling matter, I assure you. Coffeemancer here's the one you should be thanking. Anyway, by my reckoning, there's nothing stopping us from striding up to the Allagon's front door. You can't go without us, Chief. Higgs, Wedge. Come to lend a hand, have you? Well, it's not every day you get the chance to study the wonders of the Allagan Empire, is it? Their technology makes Garlemald look ancient. I appreciate your enthusiasm, lads, I really do, but we're not here to take this knowledge for ourselves. Twice in the last decade, the promise of unimaginable power has prompted men to meddle with technology they do not understand. And the realm has been dragged into the very brink of oblivion on both occasions. We shall not be so irresponsible as to risk another. Wedge, do you recall our company's creed? Yes, Chief. It's, freedom through technology. Exactly. Freedom. When we forsook our homeland, we swore that we would have no truck with machines that could be used to promote tyranny. That has not changed. Should you feel tempted to break your oath, remember this. The wonders of the all-knowing Allagan Empire could not save their civilization. And have near doomed ours. Twice. That is why we must explore the Crystal Tower and, if needs be, seal away its secrets. A compelling viewpoint. It is unyielding wills such as yours that have defined the course of history. So you return at last. What, pray tell, has kept you so wholly preoccupied that you could not spare a moment to inform me of your progress or preservation? Why, the task you assigned to me, of course. Surely you've not forgotten about the Aether Sand. I tasked a passing adventurer with delivering it. A more capable courier I could not imagine. Greetings, adventurer. Did I not say we would meet again? I believe an introduction is in order. I am Grahatia, one of the students of Baldessian. I look forward to joining you on your groundbreaking expedition. Grahatia has been assigned to the project as an observer. I hope you will forgive him his eccentricities and welcome him as one of our own. Yeah, I think he'll fit right in. So then, our fellowship is complete, and all stand ready to step into the unknown. 3 cheers for Noah. Noah? That's the name I've chosen for our little collective. Given our differing backgrounds, we cannot very well call ourselves the Sons of St. Koinak, can we? And we must have a memorable appellation of our adventure, if our venture is to leave its mark in the annals of history. I could claim that NOAA stands for Nominated Observers of Artifacts Historical, and so it does, technically, but my true reason for choosing the name stems from the fact that it's shared by a vaunted Allagan Archmagus. An Archmagus? I like the sound of that. Very well. Now that the pressing matter of what to call ourselves has been settled, it is time we set forth to brave the outer defenses of the Crystal Tower. Is everyone ready to depart? Ready. Esteemed colleagues, the secrets of ancient Allag beckon. Let's not keep them waiting any longer. Adventurer, you and I will join the engineers at the Crystal Tower's main gateway, where we will endeavor to neutralize the structure's outer defenses. Rambrose, meanwhile, will remain here and oversee the operation. Given my knowledge of Allagan history, it seems logical that I should lead the expedition itself, though I admit the role does not exactly befit my status as an observer. Still, we can but make use of the resources at hand. Assuming all are in agreement, let us proceed forthwith to the large lopsided gate found to the southeast. Oh, I am at my destination. How dare you? The Crystal Tower lies beyond this portal. Now comes the interesting part. Sid, you are the only one of our number who has ever crossed this threshold. I ask that you take the lead for the present. I say, the energy radiating from these statues is palpable. Lucky for us that it is. One might otherwise stroll past them. Feast your eyes on the elemental defenses which prompted our lengthy preparations. These sentinels prevent would-be intruders from advancing to within 20 yalms of the tower's inner reaches. No matter how swift they may be. Happily, the crystal fangs we took such pains to craft should spare us the inconceivably and instantaneous annihilation. The inconvenience of instantaneous annihilation. What the fuck did I say a second ago? Anyway, here, allow me to demonstrate. Chief, it's too dangerous to allow anyone else to risk his life testing one? Quite right. I made the damn things. It's my job to see that they work. I would have probably, like, stabbed it. He just shoved his hand through it, and he is so lucky he didn't lose the hand. Success! I, for one, am convinced, friends. Ready your fangs. This last one is yours, old friend. It seemed only right. Accidentally puts my toe too far. Incinerate. We did it! So much for outer defenses. Indeed, the entrance to the tower is near at hand. My blood fairly sings with anticipation. Speaking of blood, I have a proposal for the next stage of the expedition. I suggest we wait here while Coffeemancer and the hand-picked party of her adventuring companions enter the tower. What? Without us? I thought we came here to survey the entire structure. We did. And we will. But our investigations must proceed at a more measured pace. If the outside of the place is this well defended, can you imagine what awaits us on the inside? Only a true hero could reasonably hope to brave the hazards ahead and live to tell the tale. Coffeemancer here fits that description better than anyone I know. And it's not as if we shall be idle in her absence. While Coffeemancer and her companions are risking life and limb to beat us a path to the tower, we can set about analyzing this rubble for evidence of how its technologies function. Your knowledge of ancient lore will be invaluable in that endeavor, historian Grahatia. You ever tire of being right, old man? Coffeemancer, as it seems I won't be accompanying you, allow me at least to provide some instruction. The maze that surrounds the base of the tower is known as the Labyrinth of the Ancients. During this initial foray, I suggest you concentrate on ridding the place of hostile elements. When you are reasonably certain the maze is secure, contact me via link shell and we shall join you post-haste. No matter what Master Garland says. Though we would prefer it if any relics you encounter remained intact, you have leave to do whatever is necessary to secure ingress to the upper levels of the tower. Fortune go with you, Coffeemancer. Alright. Let's see how quickly we can get into the Crystal Tower raids here. Instant! Let's go. I think someone's gonna miss it. Oh, nope, we got it. This must have been so cool when it first came out. I mean, it's still really cool. A lot of people end up not liking it because it's the only mandatory Alliance raid. So the other ones a lot of people end up not unlocking. So they don't ever get a different one when they do their roulettes. Oh. That's not actually what I meant to hit. Got him. Once again, I'm pressing the wrong button, and it didn't matter anyway, because it's done. We are in Alliance B. Oh. Oh. They're trying to bring them back to the pad, but the tank, I think, is grabbing it first. I wish they had just, like, shortened the length of those arenas so that way it doesn't matter. You just keep all your ranged on that pad and they can still hit things that spawn. Nice. Breezing straight through. Oh. Uh-oh. Behemoth. There was one time I was doing this raid, and for some reason I thought this was the end of the raid. I put GG in the alliance chat so everyone knew. I was like, oh, right. We're not doing it yet. Nice. Legathon. Oh, they start the fight. I can. Oh my god. Can I please target? Okay. Apparently I was already targeting. Oh, awkward. I'm hitting all of the wrong things. Did everyone make it? I think everyone made it. Wrong button. Nice. Thank you. Oh there, Coffee Man, sir. Very impressive, I must say. Your name shall be writ large in the volumes that are sure to be penned on this historic expedition. The scale of this structure defies comprehension. Someone plainly thought bigger was better. According to the findings of my Baldessian colleagues, the Crystal Tower is constructed to collect and store the endless energies of the sun. A characteristically ambitious undertaking. Now, what of the tower's inner defenses? Judging by your haggard expression, clearing out the labyrinth was no small feat. A giant of a man wielding a shimmering scimitar, you say? Yes, that will have been Phlegathon. Not... a Charon? A Charon? I think it's a Charon. Phlegathon. He was a hero of the Alagon Revolution. And you gleaned that from what exactly? His choice of weapon? Well, I am a historian, and I have a certain, shall we say, affinity for the lore of the Alagon Empire. It is, of course, all knowledge gleaned from musty scrolls and tomes. The ancient texts claim that the Crystal Tower is defended by the champions of Eld, resurrected and augmented through the Alagon's extraordinary technology. Chief, you need to see this! Well, well, there it is. The foot of the tower. What surprises do you have in store for us, I wonder? I can't tell you how glad I am to have you with us on this little jaunt, old friend. Had you not beaten a path through that maze, I very much doubt we'd be standing here now. It is weird, huh? Well, we have much to discuss and digest. Let us retire to St. Koinek's Find for the present, and there plan our next step. Lest there be any doubt, our expedition has some way to go yet. Oh, right. I'm so excited. We're almost there. Oh. This guy's so rude. I just got out there and he was like, ooh, I'm gonna smack you. What did I do to him? Well, I mean, I annihilated him because he smacked me, but still. So good of you to join us, Coffeemancer. Our meeting would be dull indeed without a full account of your experiences in the labyrinth. Take a moment to collect yourself, and when you're ready, we shall debate how best to proceed. The Fellowship of Noah being accounted for, it's time this assembly was called to order. Rambrose will be presiding over the meeting, if you would be so kind as to inform him of your readiness to proceed. Welcome back, Coffeemancer. I've just been reading about your encounter in the Labyrinth of the Ancients. It pleases me greatly to note that you seem none the worse for the experience. For your reference, I've added my own notes to Graha's preliminary expedition report and begun compiling a Crystal Tower survey log. The information contained therein will be available to you at all times. Should you have any questions, you need only ask. Now, if there are no objections, I shall begin with a summary of the expedition's key accomplishments. Just gonna take the money. Money. In the course of this, our first foray into the grounds of the Crystal Tower, we succeeded in neutralizing the structure's outer defenses before proceeding to secure the maze surrounding the base of the spire. According to Coffeemancer's account, the labyrinth's defenses were most emphatically active. Disturbingly, her report also mentions a violent encounter with a sentry heavily augmented by Alagon technology. In short, our misgivings were well-founded. The Crystal Tower was not simply thrust above ground by the chaotic shifting of Earth. It has somehow been reawoken. If, as seems increasingly likely, the tower's secrets should prove too dangerous to share with the world, we will have no choice but to contain them. Short of leveling the place, this will almost certainly involve returning its mechanisms to a state of dormancy. To do that, however, we will first need to address the question of how they work, the answer to which must surely be waiting for us inside the tower itself. In conclusion, that is where we must go. A task rather easier said than done, if the perils of the labyrinth are any indication. Then I move that all further exploration of the tower be delayed until such time as an exhaustive analysis of the structure's defenses have been completed. Master Garland, may I entrust this task to you? It would be my pleasure. Don't forget about us. It's like you said, Chief. We founded the Ironworks to make sure that technology was used for the right reasons, and that means making sure it's not used for the wrong ones. We wouldn't be doing our jobs if we didn't see this through to the end. Lads. Well, I hope you're ready for some back-breaking chores. Well, everything seems to be in hand here, so I shall take my leave of you for the present. If I am to witness this valiant tale unfold with mine own eyes, I must needs hone my martial skills ere we ascend the spire. You'll do nothing of the sort, Graha. Your knowledge may prove useful to Master Garland's investigation. As an observer, I am not, strictly speaking, subject to your authority. Authority. Right. Do not mistake my intent. Fuck. Pray do not mistake my intent, Coffeemancer. I'm well aware that I shall never be a match for one with your innate talents, however hard I train. Be that as it may, pray do not allow your skills to rust from disuse during the coming pause. Oh no. We will need you fighting fit if our subsequent forays are to prove as productive as this one. Mark me, We have not yet caught more than the briefest glimpse of that which time has obscured. Soon, however, we shall cast off the veil and gaze upon the glory of the Algon Empire. And with that encouraging thought in mind, it's time to bring this assembly to a close. Let us all focus on the tasks at hand, that our next expedition may begin all the sooner. Meeting adjourned. Oh my god. Authoritaire. Such a terrible mess. Yet it does leave the door wide open, so to speak. One cannot help but be impressed. I'm beginning to understand the reliance you place on adventurers, old friend. So, this is the legacy the Alagon Empire left behind. If my readings are correct, the energy source waiting atop the tower is a match for even the Ultima weapon. Nay, more than a match. A new toy for me to play with. Dun 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 dun. I believed the fates had conspired to deny me my just rewards once again, but it would seem they had a greater destiny in mind for me. And so long as my ambition burns, I shall strive to seize it. The dream lives on, Cid. Do not disappoint me. Ah, 'tis you, my friend. You are doubtless eager to hear of our progress on the Crystal Tower. Excellent. I'd be disappointed to hear otherwise. Of course, disappointed is the word of the day, I fear. I'm ashamed to say there's nothing worthwhile to report. The suns continue to probe the labyrinth of the ancients, and every day brings new discoveries. Alas, the same cannot be said of the Crystal Tower proper. We've not been able to set so much as a single foot inside. You will recall how the 8 sentinels stood between us and the labyrinth initially. In like manner, the entryway into the principal spire, Circus Tower, the Elegants called it, is also protected by technology far more advanced than our own. Cid and I have tried every trick we know, but without success. Frankly speaking, we are at a loss. It is discouraging, but we cannot give up. There must be a way in. And so the situation stands, my friend. Until we gain entry into the tower, I fear your talents shan't avail us. It will require time that I am loath to waste, but I have a mind to set my people to scouring such ancient texts as we have on hand. Perhaps we can be of assistance. And you are? Be at ease, friends, for we share the selfsame goal. I am Une, and my companion is called Doga. We are scholars of the Alagon civilization, sent by the students of Valdesian to assist in your endeavor. Une and Doga. Rather unusual names for this day and age, if I might be forgiven for observing. But I digress. You claim to be here at the student's behest, but we have received nary a word of your coming. Moreover, in light of the recent incident at the Isle of Vow, I should think that they have rather more pressing concerns. We can only assume that the message failed to reach you due to some mishap. I assure you that we are here to help. What is it, Graha? 'Tis nothing. There was a pain, but it has subsided. Well, well, this is rather unexpected. Your right eye is the same as ours. The same? You have the Alagon eye as well. This sanguine hue is said to be a trait unique to the Alagons, yet I inherited it from my father, as he did from his. Only one child in a single generation is born with the eye. All my life, I've sought to learn the truth of its manifestation. If there is aught you know, I implore you to tell me. My deepest apologies, but we have no answers for you. Only one thing is certain. Those who possess the trait are bound by fate to Alag. As your eyes placed you upon the path you walk, so too have we come here to fulfill our destiny. Absurd though it may sound, it is the truth. It seems to me we have naught to lose by accepting their aid. What say you? If that is your wish, then so be it. Yet know that I still mean to verify your story with the students of Baldessium when I am able. I trust there will be no objections. Very well. As of this moment, I name Une and Doga advisory members. Oh my god. Oh. Of Noah. Without further ado, let us have them examine the circus tower entrance. I promise you'll not have cause to regret your decision. Coffeemancer, I should be much obliged if you were to accompany our new friends to the tower. Biggs and Wedge are presently surveying the 8 sentinels. The 2 of them can show you the way. Upon arrival, pray report to Master Garland. He will brief you on the situation. I shall join you, Coffeemancer. With Une and Doga's knowledge, along with your uncanny knack for setting events in motion, I am hopeful that we will finally see progress. I get smacked by that one giant again. It's gonna be like, ooh, she's back. Whack! He's not looking. No! What? Stupid. The actual audacity. Well, if it isn't Coffeemancer, eager to enter Circus Tower and kill everything in sight, no doubt. As I'm sure you've already heard, though, the place is locked up tight as a clam. New friends from the students, you say? Excellent. It's been slow going, or rather, no going, for the chief. He'll appreciate the help. If you'll just follow me, I'll take you to him. Huh, some old faces to lift the spirit, and a couple of new ones besides. Allow me to introduce Une and Doga. They're scholars of ancient Alag, sent here by our friends of Baldessian to aid in the investigation. We understand you're having trouble circumventing the tower's defenses. It is our hope that we can be of some small assistance. If your attire is ought to go by, your assistance should prove invaluable indeed. To begin with, let me tell you where we stand. Beyond rises Circus Tower, the principal spire of the structure collectively known as the Crystal Tower. The only way to get inside is through the proverbial front door, the imposing gate you see here. Problem is, we can't get it to open. It's sealed by some mechanism whose workings are an utter mystery to us. Having had no success via more orthodox methods, I went at it with everything from a pickaxe to a Magitech cannon. Nothing so much as put a scratch on it. For a blessing, the gate doesn't try to reduce us to ashes like the 8 sentinels. But that doesn't make it any less effective at security a security measure. It's fiendishly frustrating in its simplicity. The only clue we have is the elaborate device carved upon it. A man and a woman, respectant, elegant royalty, by my judgment. Precisely who these individuals were, we cannot say. Nor do we know whether the device actually serves a purpose. Like as not, it is purely decorative. Yes. Decorative. If you're thinking to force it, save your strength. It's no use. Just ask the calluses on my hands. Rest assured, we do not mean to waste our strength. Indeed, why should we exert ourselves when the gate will open of its own accord? I don't think any of us expected that to happen. 7 hells. What is this? What did you do? What are you? Piercing the heavens and gathering the light, symbol of mankind's glory and might. Its virtue guarded by gates impregnable, only to those of royal blood answerable. Exactly as passed down through legend, I am delighted to see. Beg pardons for interrupting your bewilderment. I couldn't help but notice the remarkable playthings you've acquired. Nero? You're still alive? Garland, Garland. If I didn't know any better, I would say you weren't happy to see me. But I jest. In light of our recent meetings, you have every right to be wary. But rest assured, I'm no longer a threat to you. My legion is, for all intents and purposes, defunct, and my association with it means a tight noose awaits me back in Garlemald. So I've been roaming this land Eorzea, a regular itinerant. In the course of my wanderings, I chanced to catch wind of your latest venture. It sounded positively fascinating, and so I decided to come here and join you. After the wrongs you've committed, you think us that gullible? If you are suspicious of my intent, 'tis only my just deserts, but I am determined to make amends. As a gesture of goodwill, I will share with you what I know, starting with these 2 odd characters. As you are doubtless already aware, the Crystal Tower was the symbol of ancient Alek's might and prosperity. Entry was permitted only to royalty and a select few individuals. According to the records I've unearthed, only royal blood can open the gate. In other words, the Emperor and his progeny were the living keys. You mean to say that these 2 are descended from Allegan royalty? Oh, I suggest nothing so glamorous. To put it plain, they are imitations of royalty, living keys born of Allegan ingenuity. Clones, I believe, is the name your creators gave your kind. Is that not so? 'Twould seem that the time for concealment is past. Pray, accept our apologies. 'Twas not our intent to deceive, we simply wished to avoid causing undue alarm by prematurely making what many would consider deranged claims. If it please you, let us return to the 8 sentinels. There is much and more to tell. Very well. Seven Hells, do you seriously mean to follow us around? Garland, you know me better than to think that I spoke in jest. What more will it take for us to be reconciled? A gift, perhaps? An Alagon tombstone. It holds the information I just shared with you. And a deal more besides. It used to be the jealously guarded property of the 14th Legion, but it's yours now. I wish you joy of it. I look forward to working together, old friend. I love that there's a ring of light on my forehead just below the hat, and then it shades my face. If you are ready to listen, we shall tell you all. As it pertains closely to your investigation, your leader, Rambrose, may wish to be present. Before we begin, pray allow me to apologize again. It was not our intent to deceive you. As you have already gathered, we are not scholars sent by the students of Valdesian. Nay, we are clones. Copies of people who once existed, given life through Alagon technology. This is rather a lot to take in. If it would not be considered unseemly, might I ask why you and yours were created? And more specifically, what is it that you now seek to do? Answering your questions requires that we revisit Alagon history. Pray bear with us. The Alagon Empire reached its zenith long before our kind came into being. In that glorious age, the Crystal Tower stood tall as a symbol of Alagon pride. Parents took their children there, and that they might learn how the nigh limitless energy it produced brought prosperity to the whole empire. That prosperity, however, bred decadence, and the empire began to show signs of stagnation. This decline was made all the more rapid for want of strong leadership. In a matter of generations, the Alagon civilization became a pale shadow of its former self. Its once gleaming cities fell into disrepair, and its frontier lands were given over to the wilderness. Lamenting the pitiful state of affairs, one technologist made it his mission to restore Alag to greatness. Amon was his name, and he believed that the ailing empire wanted for but a potent ruler, and none was more potent than its founding father, whom he sought to resurrect. The founding father? You cannot mean Emperor Xandi. None other. As part of his experiments, Amon created clones of the Emperor's descendants. We are the products of that experiment, copies of Une and Doga. Historical texts mention the reigns of 2 Alagon emperors named Xandi. It was commonly believed that the second was the namesake of the first. After all, such a custom is not uncommon among royalty and commoners alike, to think that the two were in fact one and the same. Xandi returned from the grave and assumed his throne once more, and true to Amon's prediction, the Emperor restored his realm to the glory it once knew. Would that he could have been satisfied with that. In his previous life, the Emperor desired to bring the entire world under Alagon dominion, an ambition that ultimately went unfulfilled. Having been granted a second chance, he was determined to succeed. Realizing that he needed more power to wage his war of conquest, Xandi turned his sights towards a forbidden source, Darkness. In order to learn how to harness this power, he converted the Crystal Tower into a restricted research facility. Darkness again? Seven hells. What is it with this megalomaniacal rulers turning to darkness in their lust for power? Well, at least this one won't be bothering us, being thousands of years dead and all. So, would that you were right, Master Garland. Alas, Emperor Xandi is very much alive. Within Circus Tower, he still abides, his ambition burning all the more ardently for his empire's collapse. Wielding the power of darkness requires prodigious amounts of energy that not even the Crystal Tower could produce. In order to augment the shortfall, Dalamud was created and launched into the heavens. On high it hung, gathering the sun's energy and channeling it to the tower below. However, a miscalculation resulted in a surge of energy that escaped into the land. This triggered an earthquake of unprecedented violence, the calamity that ushered in the Fourth Umbral Era. In the blinking of an eye, the mighty Alagon Empire was laid to waste. Yet even as the Crystal Tower was sinking into the earth, the technologist Amon, now Emperor Xandi's closest aide, invoked powerful magics and halted the flow of time. Every soul within the structure, the Emperor included, was placed in a deep slumber. In that state, they were to remain until the time was ripe to awaken. Eras came and went. After millennia lying dormant, Dalamud was summoned back to the earth. Its descent triggered the Seventh Umbral Calamity, in the wake of which the Crystal Tower re-emerged. At that moment, Emperor Xandi awakened. In his lust for power, the Emperor consorted with darkness and was seduced by its corrupting influence. Even though his empire is now little more than a fading memory, he will stop at nothing to see his ambition realized. Tis for no other purpose but to put an end to Xandi's madness that we exist. This is the mantle we have inherited from our namesakes, the true Une and Doga. Fearing what might befall the world, the two of them sought to thwart their emperor. They gave unto us their will, that we might carry on their mission should they fall. When we came to our senses within the Crystal Tower, we deliberated a course of action, concluding that we alone could not overcome Xandi. We struck out to find a worthy ally. It has taken years, but our search is finally over. 'Tis no ordinary woman who can cut a path through the labyrinth of the ancients. With you as our champion, Coffeemancer Bean, we are confident that we can end Xandi's dark ambition once and for all. Well, that'll teach me for speaking too soon. Setting my chagrin aside, I see now why you knew about the students of Baldesion among a host of other things. You were observing our investigation the whole time. So, what will we do, Coffeemancer? The world's in grave danger again, and it just so happens you're an expert at saving it. Let's crack some skulls. You have our eternal gratitude. Together, let us see the Alagon Empire's dark past laid to rest. It has been our mission to recover the long-lost knowledge of the Alagon civilization, but what worth is that knowledge if it means subjecting the realm to peril? Truth be told, it pains me to think that the tower's secrets may become lost to us, but the greater good must ever come first. Besides, no quantity of ancient relics can compare to our friends Une and Doga, living, breathing Alagons. And so I hereby declare a change in Noah's objective. Henceforth, we shall direct all efforts towards sealing off Circus Tower. Its dark secrets must never know the light of day. Coffeemancer, as you did for us within the Labyrinth of the Ancients, I would have you enter the structure and eliminate hostile elements. Suffice it to say, this includes Emperor Xandi himself. No problem. I'll fire 3 my way out. Meanwhile, the rest of us shall examine ways to isolate Circus Tower from the outside world. To work, then. Wait, there's something I must know. My right eye is like yours. Does this mean... You inherited the trait from your father, you said. Know that clones are unable to bear offspring. You have no cause for concern. The Allegan Eye, you called it, but to us it is the Royal Eye, owing to the fact that the trait manifests only in those possessed of royal blood. I cannot well explain why the eye runs in your line, but I am disinclined to think it a coincidence. Though you are doubtless impatient to learn the truth, pray have patience. All will be revealed in due time. My apologies if I've given you cause to worry. I am quite well, I assure you. As you can appreciate, there has been much for me to think on. But now is the time for action, not idle thoughts. Circus Tower awaits us. Your task is to eliminate all hostile elements within the structure, Xandi himself included. This will afford us the chance to seal off the facility. May the crystal grant you strength. Let's go. Heya, good morning. The markings on his neck? Oh, he's an Archon. Just like the Scions are. It's just that he studied with the students of Baldesion. I can go sell gold pieces. I think so, yeah. Because he has it. I think Urianger has it. Thancred has it. Y'shtola has it. I'm pretty sure they all do. If I remember right. I think there's more to it than that. Because the Archons were the ones that stayed behind when Sharlayan left There was like an area they were living in before they moved to the Charlian that we know now. Where they're like isolated from everybody. But when everything like went to shit, the Archons were the ones that stayed behind and tried to help. Including Master Louisoix. And the other one was Instant. Need people to queue for their daily AR. How many do I have? I have 60. It doesn't say how many I need to get the tokens. I want to go see... I'm going to go to Gridania. I want to see if I can get the other mount. Not gonna lie, I forgot how long the, Oh, hey! That's not... There we go. Hello. I'm running to, what's his name? Here it is. I gotta go to Manketos. Yeah. I got 2. That's not enough. I need this, so I need 6. Oh. He's gone. Oh, there we go. Aw. Please. Oh my god. We'll get in there eventually. Yeah, man. You can do it. Thank you. Nice. Ooh, I think this is where I can get a new casting set. I'm really lucky I haven't had to do any of these mechanics yet. Oh, well, my luck ran out. Okay. They took my tower. Why did I swap to ice? Oh my god. My health bar. Where did it go? Can it please come back? Nope. That is a wall. Have a good night. Be safe. Thank you so much for stopping in. Oh. Why all the way over there? Oh, that is the exit. Okay. There was no one to dash to. And then this is the guy they were saying resurrected Zandy in the first place. I don't actually really know the mechanics for this fight. I've never actually had to do them. Oh, they're not better. Oh. This is the only mechanic I do know. And I know a lot of people are about to die. What a wild ride that was. Already got them. Oh, I didn't get the chest piece. But apparently it's not better than what I'm wearing, so that's fine. You fight valiantly, mortals, but to no avail. Absolute darkness draws nigh. Soon it will be unleashed, and all shall something. Because that actually went so fast I couldn't read it. I was mid-cast. How dare he? Everybody come together now. They're dead. And now scatter. Oops. Hell yeah. Nice. Coffee Mancer. You did it! You defeated Emperor Zandy! Empires may rise and fall, but man's infatigable spirit ever lives on. Truly, you are the champion we had hoped for, Coffee Mancer Bean. With Emperor Zandy now at eternal rest, his dark legacy may be undone. What are you playing at now, Nero? In case you haven't noticed, Carlin, these are dangerous surrounds, and a man be faulted for exercising due caution. At any rate, you needn't mind me. I'm perfectly capable of looking after myself. Go on and finish what you came to do. There are two ways that we may seal off Circus Tower. Either isolate it from the outside world, or cripple its ability to produce energy. The choice of method is yours to make. Before you proceed, however, Doga and I must needs attend to a task. That distortion. What is it? The power that Zandy sought to obtain comes from the Void, the world of darkness, our people called it. And the true nature of that power was none other than the armies of Void sent. Void Scent feed on ether, as you may already know, and no plane is richer in it than ours. In exchange for their allegiance, Xande entered into an unholy covenant. He would open a gate through which the Void Scent could freely enter our world. The covenant, I'm afraid to say, is still in effect. However, being of the Emperor's lineage, Une and I believe that we can annul it. By his blood, Xande sealed his dark pact. By our blood, it shall be undone. It is time. Yes, Doga. Finally, we may fulfill our purpose. Maniacal laughter? Oh, be still, my beating heart. For a moment I feared that this outing would end in disappointment, but my readings were not mistaken. Not even the Ultima weapon compares to this. What are you going on about? The Covenant is everlasting. It's been a while since we've had a vision. And so Mericidia is brought into the fold. Soon all the world shall be united under Alagon rule. And yet, with every dream that becomes reality, the memory of death grows ever more vivid, an endless void, bereft of light and warmth. Though I may have defeated death, it did not leave me unscathed. Nay, its ravening claws have scarred my soul for eternity. Never shall I know peace. Beings without will, you cannot fathom my rage, my melancholy, my fear. What worth is wealth and power when all must inevitably be consigned to nothingness? If man has nothing, he need not know the pain of loss. So let there be nothing. Harvest more power, that the gate may be thrown full open. Let the cloud of darkness come and engulf the world, devouring all life, hopes, and dreams. Let all be returned to nothingness. Yeah, we can't let that happen. Coffee Mincer, pull yourself together. Is there no end to them? What in the seven hells is happening? Not now, damn it. Oh. Where's your hammer? Do you not use your hammer when you can't do like the whole theater kid thing of hiding it somewhere for it to drop down? Nero, were they part of your grand plan too? Save your japes, Garland. I didn't put up with your arrogant face to play with worthless clones. Something controls them. A void scent, and no ordinary one at that. Doga! found it. Without them, there's no way to master the darkness. That power is mine. And now you all get taken. Congratulations. Hero. The covenant shall be honored. I am the cloud of darkness. I shall devour your light and return this world to the void. Damn it. The rift is gone. What are we supposed to do now? As much as it pains me to leave without them, there's precious little we can do. Let us return to the find and consult Rambros. I'm gonna get smacked as soon as I walk out there. Nice. We made it. We got away. All this happened within the tower. Gods preserve. A rift that manifested before the throne was a void gate, of this I'm certain. There exist myriad kinds of void scent. The more powerful the being, the larger the gate must be for it to pass through. It would seem that Xande sought to open a gate of unprecedented proportions, one that would allow this cloud of darkness entry into our world. Fortunately for all mankind, he did not succeed. I shudder to imagine what this void scent is capable of. However dreadful it may be, we can't abandon our friends. Is there no way to save them? I will not lie to you, Master Garland, the situation is bleak. Though void scent can enter our world, instances of men entering the void have never been documented. It pains me to give voice to my fears, but we do not even know whether our friends still live. Damn it, I feel so helpless. No, I refuse to give up. We must save Doga and Une. We share the same eye, 'tis true, but that's not what motivates me. Above all, I wish to help them to fulfill their mission, a mission whose burden they have borne for thousands of years, and besides, we cannot leave matters as they are. So long as Xande's dark covenant is binding, our world is in danger. 'Tis our duty to prevent the worst from coming to pass. Graha, ever since meeting Une and Doga, you have not quite been yourself. Tell me true, is all well with your eye? I honestly cannot say. I know only that there is a memory that I must recall. As a child, my father told me the truth of our eye rests with Alec. The answer eludes me still, but one day I will find it. I'm with Graha. However slim the odds, we must try to save Une and Doga. Aye, and that bastard Nero as well, if only to make certain that he won't make any more mischief. You have the right of it. Though we have known them but briefly, Doga and Une are our comrades. We cannot fail them. I shall consult experts in literature both. I swear to leave no stone unturned. Yet know that it may be a while before we are ready to act. I would ask that you all be patient. When dealing with the void, one cannot be cautious enough. My thanks again for your assistance. Pray rest now while you can, for when the time comes to go after our friends, you must be at no less than full strength. We'll save them yet, Coffeemancer. Mark my words. Nice. Coffeemancer, it's good you are come. I never left, man. I have news you must be made aware of. Alas, none of it bodes well for us, nor for Une, Doga, and Nero imprisoned in the Dark Realm. Think back upon our last foray into Circus Tower, if you will. The calamity stirred the place from its long slumber and awoke Emperor Xande. But you, Coffeemancer, you ensured he was laid to rest permanently. Yet the Emperor had sealed a binding covenant with the terrible void sent known as the Cloud of Darkness. Even as Doga and Une labored to annul this contract, the entity reached through a rift and dragged the pair of them, and Nero, out of our realm. Since that day, Noah has devoted itself to rescuing Une, Doga, and Nero from beyond the rift. Our research, however, has exposed a far more dire problem. The Crystal Tower still acts upon Emperor Xande's orders, and collects energy to open another void gate even as we speak. Indeed, the place nigh hums with energy. We have done all we can to stop the Imperial Edict, but to no avail. Just as the gate would open only for Une and Doga, so too will the tower heed only those with the royal blood of Alec. 'Tis a most galling design. Granted, this was not always so vexatious, according to the Allegan tombstone Nero presented us. During the Golden Age of Alec, the royalty had some means of bestowing their blood upon others. If they hadn't such a technology, Amon and his underlings could never have controlled the Crystal Tower. But we do not have either this art or any with royal blood. Every moment we wait, a vast rift through which the Cloud of Darkness can enter our realm threatens to open. Such a disaster cannot be allowed to come to pass. We must seal the Crystal Tower and annul Xande's covenant with the Dark Realm. If only breaking the latter would suffice. Then what of the energy building in the Crystal Tower? Without suppression, that power could discharge and cause a calamity like the one that destroyed Alec. In truth, we have more than just 3 lost compatriots to worry about. If we do not act, our very world will fall before the might of this threat. We know but one way out of this predicament. Rescue those who can control the tower from beyond the Dark Realm, and seal the rift shut after them. And mercifully, not all our news is quite so bleak. 'Tis true we cannot stop the Void Gate from manifesting within the tower, but this can be to our benefit. We can use Circus's power for our own purposes and create a portal to carry us into the Dark Realm. We have heard this is possible from a man of the Thaumaturge's Guild, well versed in otherworldly matters, and with Master Garland working to create said portal, the final preparations are well underway. And here comes the man himself. Coffeemancer, just the woman we need. Yes, our fellowship is indeed complete, and all parties privy to our strategy. And you, Master Garland, how fare your endeavors? Quite well. The device is nearly ready. Though attaching the damnable thing to Circus Tower took every ounce of ingenuity the Ironworks has got, but it should produce the energy we need. With just a little more fine-tuning, we can open a rift. I'm here to request your presence at the tower. I'll leave Biggs and Wedge at the 8 Sentinels as guides. And do hurry, Coffeemancer. I'm sure you wouldn't miss another chance to save the world, would you? Well, Sid certainly seems to have a firm hand on the helm. Shall we make our way to the Crystal Tower? Yeah, I'm ready to get smacked by the giant one more time. Oh my god. I didn't get hit. Glorious. Coffee Mincer, I'll bet you're here to watch us pry open a rift between worlds, huh? We're almost ready. Circus Tower is full of engineers scurrying around and making adjustments. We're dealing with a lot of power, and if a single coupling's off, well, boom. But it should be fine. Really. Anyway, you'd best wait at the top. The chief's there overseeing the whole operation. My friends, you've arrived. I'm just waiting for my engineers to give the signal, then we'll see if we can't open a gateway to another world. Is there something amiss, Graha? Ah, Emperor Zandy's throne. How the mighty have fallen, huh? Once it stood as a symbol of Alec's art and power. Now it's nothing more than an empty chair. Just imagine if Alagon civilization had lived on, and a just emperor still sat on that throne. How different would our history be? How much further would we have advanced? Unfortunately, there was no stopping Zende and his ambition. There were those who tried. Zandy's war of dominion left no one unscathed. Unable to abide the horrors inflicted upon the people, warriors young and brave took up the sword against Alec. These men and women became as beacons of hope to those who had suffered, not unlike the warriors of light in our age. But all this merely hastened the destruction. Just as they moved towards Alec's heart for the kill, Zende lashed out in anger and frustration, as trapped beasts are wont to do. In his desperation, Zende desired that a great rift be opened to hasten the cloud of darkness's coming. To this end, he commanded the sun's power held within Dalamud be emptied into Circus Tower at once. The act bore terrible consequences. The tower only withstood the blast by flooding the land below with energy. Circus was swallowed by the very earth upon which it once stood. The fourth umbral calamity. I'd learned of its cause from Une and Doga. I had no idea that rebellion incited Zende to rashness, though. Your knowledge of Alagon history is astounding, Graha. Why, a man could study for 2 lifetimes and only learn half of what you know. Mayhap strange, though. I cannot seem to remember where I learned such things. Yes? Ah, Biggs, are you ready? Ready and raring to open up that void gate, Chief. We reckon when this machine's up and running, she'll be able to float 5 airships the size of the Agrius. So just give us the word and we'll start channeling energy into the tower. Good, then let's get started. Our preparations are complete. Everyone step away from the throne. Alright, let's see what this machine can do. Now, Biggs. Ah, a rift to the world of darkness, as Une called it. Splendid work, Master Garland. We can't break out the mead just yet. The tough part's still ahead. We've broken into the Dark Realm, but the gate's not all that stable. It won't stay open forever, and only a few can use it. I, for one, will remain here to ensure the Void Gate stays open. As will the Sons of St. Koinek. This rift is our sole path to salvation. If it closes, we are all truly lost. Which leaves Coffeemancer, my friend. 'Tis a heavy burden I must task you with, but there are none more able. Pray, lead the adventurers beyond the rift. I do not know what awaits you, save the cloud of darkness and our 3 comrades, but you must go, for the fate of our world now rests upon your shoulders. This is our only gambit, but I have every faith you'll succeed. It will be no small feat to return after you've passed beyond the rift. Make certain you're prepared before leaving. Might I have a moment of your time, Coffeemancer? There's a matter of import we must needs discuss ere you leave. We're just gonna leave the gate unattended? Why? Wait, why? Why are we leaving that unattended? Anything can pass through there. Coffeemancer, I wish to speak to you about my eye. As you are no doubt aware, 'tis a trait seen only amongst Alagon royalty. Long have I pondered why such is my inheritance. The sanguine hue must have some bearing upon my destiny. This much Doga himself admitted. But what? In truth, the more I learn of the Crystal Tower, the less I am myself. Somehow meeting those 2 clones has wrought great change in me. I am consumed with remembering something ancient, but ever so important. And my father's words echo in my mind, the selfsame ones his father told him. The truth of our eye rests with Alec. Mayhap what I wish to remember and these words are related, mayhap not. But I know I must learn the truth that history hides from me. I would see this journey, our journey, through to the very end with mine own 2 eyes. So I implore you, allow me to join you beyond the rift. Sure. You have my thanks, friend. Now, let us venture into the world of darkness to save our comrades and our realm. Let's go. I almost hit join with nothing selected. I'm sure that would have gone well. Hopefully everyone's having a phenomenal day. We are so close to Heavensward. I'm pretty sure it's like we finish the Crystal Tower and then it's like maybe a couple more quests. It's a lot of cutscenes because obviously there's a lot going on, but I'm hype. I'm very tired, but I'm hype. Yeah. Yes. World of Darkness. Come on, here, DPS. Let's go. Please. Come on. You can do it. I believe in you. Again. Yeah. Okay. That's what I was using before. Not quite sure where I got that. Please. Come on, Tink. Pretty, please? Thank you. Of the Crystal Tower raids, this one's my favorite. Oh. Oh. There are a few very dead people. Ingram you. Need to be on the other side the next time. And never be in front of that. And don't be in there. Ow. Ow. Pain. Oh, our tank is dead. Their tank is dead. What? What happened? I wasn't looking. Oh, ow. I have no idea.
Like, I think it's done like in these times. Let me know. No.
Oh my god. What is going on?
Maybe it's dragoon tanking.
Because the tanks are dead.
What? Look, their position is so forward. I just died. Everything's back forward.
There's so much going wrong. We did it! A level! Let's go. We're Alliance B. Absolute mayhem.
Upside down, back to front.
Our tank's name is Bilbo Baggins. And all he said was, I have no idea what I'm doing, I'm so sorry. I love that. I appreciate the honesty. It's okay. As a tank, I would also have no idea what I'm doing in an alliance raid. God.
Interrupt would be lovely. That was interruptible.
This is gonna be... fine. What could go wrong? There's a very small safe zone.
Oh.
So please pull the kitty far north. That nearly killed somebody.
There's a skull with a
Oh.
The healers, no one in the other audience got in with it at all. They were just too busy pressing 1 and 2.
Yeah.
And then you only like 3 buttons, so there's like...
Yes. Oh, I interrupted my other cast. It's okay, it's almost dead. Ow.
The ads, oh. No. I'm getting, it's gonna make me feel like tank, so I'm pulling aggro.
This is actual insanity. Oh no.
Why did they put that up for me?
Oh, yes.
My goodness, that person stood in the queue 4 times and moved on the last one down. What is
That's amazing.
must be a drinking night or something.
You know, maybe it is. The World Cup is happening. It's probably already over. I don't know when it started.
I
But...
got you Bilbo Baggins.
I got you, Bilbo
Oh,
Baggins.
no, it's on me.
Oh, I was late. But it's okay. It all worked out in the end. Weird beat. Headshot.
I might be the 18 years. So we'll be soon anyway.
I'm sure it'll be fine. What could possibly go wrong?
Oh, it's so many things. Yeah.
Ah. Ow. No, not me. Oh boy. This is the most chaotic these raids have ever been for me. Actually, no, I take that back. I think it was Labyrinth of the Ancients. We ended up wiping on every single stage. Like, even the mob pulls. We're Alliance B, we get the belly! Why did I switch to Ice Phase? What am I doing? How do I play my class? One day I'll learn. Clearly, today is not that day. Aha! You won't hit me with that tail. I will fire from afar. Until I run out of mana. And then I will just give you the cold shoulder instead. Ah! Oh, I forgot. I did it backwards. Oh.
Literally no one is happy.
I just need someone to raise me. I've been dead for so long. Hail. Thank you. Fire! PK fire! Oh, that looks like it might hurt. Oh, that also looks like it might hurt. It has been a very long time since I've seen some of these mechanics. Watch out! Oh, Bilbo Baggins. Whoops. Oh. Oh no. What? What? The transpose had no effect. It's fine. We got it. We're there. We're alive. Why do I have abandonment? Who disturbs the gloom? Ah, mortals from the realm of light. I am the cloud of darkness. I do not smother, I devour. What I cannot devour, I destroy. The covenant is everlasting, all mortals, before the flood of darkness. You give me time to read it, lady! Oh. Oh. Oh no. Oh, so many people got hit by that.
How have you done? What do they have a bleed? Where's the bleed come from?
It's one of the mechanics. I know a bleed is a thing in this. It's not just random. Ours died so fast. Okay. Hell yeah. We made it. Ooh, this might actually be an upgrade. Oh, we got the minion. What is that? Where in the Seven Hells are they? Without them to stem the energy in the tower, our defeat of the cloud aids our cause little. Doga, Une, can you hear me? Nero. I love he's added as an afterthought. Oh right, Nero, you're here too. Must you be so infernally loud? Are you so keen to attract more void scent? Though I don't blame you for missing my company. Think the 12. Are you all right? He doesn't seem to look all right. As all right as can be expected, Une has simply passed out. Nero, by the gods, what's happened to you? Alas, his wounds were too deep, and allowed this foul place entry to his body. Now the darkness claws at the aether of his very form. Would that we could have protected him. The cloud of darkness was bound by Xande's unholy covenant to bring prosperity to Alagon royalty. The same blood that sealed this contract gives us a measure of protection. I say a measure, for this vow does not protect us from other void scent. The cloud imprisoned us here precisely to unleash fiends upon us. We would be dead had Nero not defended us so valiantly. Mistake not my actions for kindness. I have use for you yet in Eorzea, and simply couldn't let harm befall you here. Where? Une, you are safe. Our friends have come for us. Have they? Then perhaps, Doga, there is yet hope we may fulfill our purpose. Mortals, you have dared to challenge me, and now must feel my wrath. Did you think to destroy me in my realm? Here, I am eternal. I will smother your light and entomb your bones amongst my shadows. Not with that aim. Are we truly so powerless here? As long as we fight the cloud in this realm, I fear so. And yet, though we may not be able to destroy it, this may be our chance to stop it. If we strike now, whilst the cloud can barely hold her form, mayhap we can sever Xande's covenant. Yes, and raise the bridge between the Crystal Tower and this foul place once and for all. Coffeemancer, Graha, you must flee. You and Doga mean to stay here? 'Tis madness. You must return with us. No one but you can save the world from the threat of the Crystal Tower. Just casually deflects this. What is this trickery? Your blood. You too gain protection from Xande's blood. Rahatia, you are possessed of royal blood. That is why the royal eye runs in your line. 'Tis a gift you have inherited. Raha, you have been granted authority over the Crystal Tower. I had thought time would consume all of Alag. All of Alag that was. That a man should still live with his forebears' blood in this age can be no coincidence. Some person must have planted this gift in your line, and used the highest of Alagon technology to do so. True, the Crystal Tower is not like to recognize you as Alagon, not as you are now, but your royal eye bespeaks a simple truth. Within you dwells one feeble glitter that will illuminate all, the light of hope. But how should I use this light? Pray, tell me. You must gain control of the Crystal Tower. We will share our blood with you, Graha. Though its effects will be ephemeral, it will bolster the Alagon presence within you. This is our gift to you, that you may fulfill your destiny. All with the royal eye are bound by fate to Alag. Our part in this journey is to bury Xande's dark ambitions in the past. This was the true Une and Doga's purpose, one we have carried into the future. Know that as long as the light of hope survives in you, our souls will still remain, even if our bodies are lost. You got a power up. You must leave us as well, Nero. I'm sorry we could not live up to your expectations. I must return to you what is yours, though. You dropped it whilst defending us. What you seek by this instrument may not be possible, Nero, but do not give up. There are many other paths that await you. Of course they do. Doga Une, I thank you. We shall never forget you. Now, Coffee Mincer, Nero, let us quit this place. You shall not escape me, impudent children of light. We will, because your aim is terrible. Just got my aim. Damn. No, you shall not escape us. Here, Xande's bloodstained dreams of glory end. There, the glint of light. Glint, yeah, that... I'd say it's far more than a glint. It grows faint. Then the bridge between realms grows fragile by the covenants of annulment. Check the delivery local? If that light dies, we're stranded here. Hurry. What have you done? Nero, no. You must move. Leave me. I don't need you. If I die here, it'll be because I bloody well decided to. I failed to master darkness. I'll not suffer watching a green boy master the tower. He's red. He's not green. Do what you will with it, but remember me, son of Alec. I am Nero Tolskeva, the man who will yet outdo Alec and Garland. That was what you hoped to... May the Crystal Tower again be a beacon of hope for mankind. Go, damn you. Must move onwards. This is not where I come to rest. But how did... So those damn clones did it after all. Now, onwards. You owe me, Nero. The hell's I do? Of all the people to pull him back through. You have returned unharmed. Thank the gods. When the Void Gate started to close, I had never felt so powerless in all my life. We were running about like madmen trying to keep that gate open, and then the chief actually went and dived in. But if you're all safe... Where are Une and Doga? They're not? They're too badass to come back. I see. I will miss the two of them dearly, but I'm happy they fulfilled their purpose. We who live on must still attend to the Crystal Tower, though we now have no one able to seal it. That is not true, my friend. Une and Doga have entrusted me with their blood. I can now control the Crystal Tower. Yes, I can see it in your eyes. Good. Then let us put an end to this and seal away the tower. I understand your instinct, Rambrose, but please, give us a moment to rest. I am weary to the bone, and Nero and Coffeemancer are both emerged from long battle. Of course, you have the right of it. Come, we shall leave this place for a spell and repair to St. Coinex's Find. No one but you could have succeeded in the world of darkness, Coffeemancer. Would that I could have been of more use beyond the rift. As it stands, I was but a vessel for Doga and Une's blood. Have I remembered what I wished to do? Yes, something has come back to me. Gaining royal blood and witnessing true bravery has reminded me of my forebear's dearest wish. But we need not speak of these things now. It was not my place to keep you. Pray, go on ahead of me. There's still something small I would do before I return. I could not have asked for a better comrade. If only I could have been a part of your adventures for longer, Coffeemancer. Alas, fate dictates I have a different role to play. A wish hidden for millennia, and brought to light by the good people of Noah. Now finally, 'tis my time to see it realized. Check the delivery. St. Coinex's Find. I am on my way. I'm gonna get smacked by this ogre, I swear. Don't do it. I cannot express how glad I am to you returned safely, Coffeemancer, and with the means to dispel the threat of the Crystal Tower for good. Rest if you will, and then let us free ourselves from the specter of the Allagons. Okay. I think this is the last quest, entirely. I trust you've rested, my friend. Good. I wish to seal the tower now, but there's something we must do first. Let me summon the others and hear in full what happened beyond the rift. So the Allagan eye that runs in Graha's line does mean that royal blood flows in his veins. I suppose it's not so odd to think his forebears gained it via ancient technology. But who imbued his family with the blood, and for what purpose? Mayhap all this was fate, from discovering the tower to Graha gaining Une and Doga's blood. Has Graha said anything? For that matter, where is Graha? And what of Nero? I'm not sure about our resident historian, but Nero left the tower with me. Where he's vanished to since, I cannot say. But knowing him as I do, I don't believe he'll scheme against us for the time being. Though he is still Nero. Coffee Mincer, you say Graha stayed behind at the Crystal Tower. I wonder if he even now prepares to seal the place off. Master Rambrose! Master Rambrose! 'Tis Graha, sir. He came into the Crystal Tower and began ordering researchers out. What? Why would he do such a thing? I don't know, sir, but he was quite insistent. He all but bodily forced me out of the gates. I suppose it's possible he told one of the others, but I wasted no time in finding out. I thought it best to hasten here and ask your guidance. Very well, let us go and speak with these researchers and get to the bottom of this queer business. Master Garland, Coffee Mincer, please come with me. No doubt Graha means to seal off the Crystal Tower, but it worries me that he did not breathe a word of his plan to us. Seems a bit impulsive, Graha. Just a tad impulsive. Smidgen. I get smacked. I swear. This ogre is about to be my arch nemesis. Whoa! What a hat. What in the world was Graha thinking, demanding we leave the tower? No doubt you want to know why. I wish I knew that myself. Of course, he would tell me nothing. But he will be honest with you, miss. I'm certain of it. Go no further, my friends. The doors will close ere long. So you are of a mind to seal the tower, Graha? I know time is of the essence, but all I ask is a hint of your plan. Please, come here so we can discuss this. No. My apologies, but I cannot. Come, men. What is this nonsense? If aught is amiss, surely we can help. Not this time, my friend. Just as Une and Doga fulfilled their destiny, so too must I fulfill mine. My blood has awakened me to this fact. As my father told me, the truth has always lain with Alec, or rather, 'twas there the wish I must grant was born. You see, not all the world perished in Xande's calamity. Survivors stood amidst the ruins of Alec, looking to the Crystal Tower, but it was nowhere to be seen. Yet they hoped its spires would again dominate the land, and prayed that the Crystal Tower would be a beacon of hope to people everywhere. Word of this soon reached the only member of Alec's royalty to outlive the Empire, the Princess Selena. Selena was moved by the people's dearest wish. She used the very best of Alec's technology to give her blood and memories to he whom she trusted most. That man was my forebearer. For millennia, we waited. Alec's art and ingenuity faded. Our royal blood grew thin. Before the last drop could vanish from the realm, the memory of all this returned to me. For now, I must fulfill the wish of the ancients. The tower will shine forth as a new beacon of hope. Graha, the Crystal Tower's strength poses too great a threat to Eorzea now. We would need technology as advanced as Alec's to use it correctly. As things stand, we barely understand the tower's workings. Else, we may never fully comprehend them. 'Tis as you say, Sid. We could wait for someone, someday, to reach the same heights as Alec. But by then we will have lost the royal blood and the means to control the tower. But what if I do as Aemon did, and put the tower into a deep sleep? What? You cannot mean that. I am deadly serious, Sid. The tower may only be used once men rival the Allegans in knowledge. I will slumber within Circus Tower until then, to greet those with the means to open the gates. Then I will guide them, and thus will the tower shine forth as the beacon of hope it was meant to be. 'Tis the only way to make the wishes of the ancients come true. The future is where my destiny awaits. But yours lies outside of these doors. Go. Create a future where hope reigns, and the tragedies of the past are but memories. No one but you can accomplish such things. Nothing we say will make you change your mind, will it? Onwards to a brighter future. It won't be easy, of course, but that's exactly why we'll do it. We'll catch up with Alec. Just you wait. We'll cover all that lost ground before you even know it. Well said, Wedge. It'll only be a few years before we come knocking, Graha. Then you're in for a rude awakening. You shall be witness to Noah's accomplishments. Pray, keep alive our successes and forgive us our failures. And may we meet again, my friend. But I'll keep you till then, Rambros. I look forward to learning of your exploits. And you, Coffeemancer. I know history will remember you. No doubt your heroism will be the star by which I chart my course when I awake. Well, now I must rest. Recalling so much has put me in the mood for a sleep. Farewell, my friends. I eagerly await a future born of your courage and the ancient's wish. Not gonna lie, this hat's pretty phenomenal. Crystal Towers slumbers again. Then slumbers again then. 'Tis too quiet for my taste. Goodbye, Sid. I must put all this at my back. Possibility beckons, and I am bound to follow. A new dawn has come for me. We gotta report to Rembrose. They're so good at giving us, like, lovable characters and immediately saying, yeah, now watch them leave you. Like, man. You've just missed Sid, Coffee Man, sir. There's much that needs his attention if he's to fulfill Graha's wishes, it seems. But this is not the end of Noah, no matter how lonely St. Quinex's find has become for our friend's departure. We must all walk in different directions now. Remember that we labor for a brighter future, lit by Graha's beacon. Sealing the Crystal Tower was but the first step. Farewell, my friend. May our paths cross again. You've completed the Crystal Tower quest series. The next main scenario quest can be accepted by speaking with Memphilia at the Rising Stones. Okay, let's go. Well, I can just fly to more, don't I? Oh my god. My voice is starting to go. Don't do it. We're almost there. Alright. Delivery removal. I'm sure there's one here somewhere. A new letter. Hey! Thank you. Hell yeah. Look at the way he runs. Oh wait, we have to go talk to Memphilia. Though recent events weigh heavily on our minds, we must needs set them aside for now. We are come to a defining moment in Eorzean history. The grand commemoration of our joint defense of Ishgard, the first time in 15 long years that our people have stood side by side with our neighbors to the north to fight in common cause. This may mark the true rebirth of the Eorzean alliance. Failing that, it should at the very least serve to bring our nations closer together. We have every reason to raise our voices in celebration, do we not? We have bested Dravanians and Ascians both. Against desperate odds, we've fought and won. But the Primals still plague us, and the Empire still plots our subjugation. And our triumphs, remarkable though they are, were bought at a terrible price. Brave adventurers and allies, broken on the steps of faith, and before our eyes in this very room, our dear friend Membrita. This is the victory we have wrought, and it is as bitter ashes in my mouth. I would sooner stay here and invite those with more appetite to enjoy the feast in my stead. Alas, it is a royal banquet, and all of our allies will be in attendance. It is our duty to present a united front, that we might serve as a beacon of hope to all. Stoic head nod. It seems I have no choice but to take my own advice. I instructed the others to meet us in Ul'dah, that we might make our grand entrance together. Unfortunately, I had to settle for leaving Tataru and Lamine a note. If they do not return quickly, they will have to settle for whatever leftovers I can smuggle out of the fragrant chamber. Off to the big soiree, Coffee Mincer. Raise a glass for me, huh? Or not. You don't look best pleased. Something on your mind? Back the navigator. Wilfred's dead! Gods damn it, they must know they've been rumbled. I mean, sod it. It's past time we had this talk. After our last conversation, I got to thinking about where certain funds were coming from, so I had to dig around, on the quiet like. And sure enough, I found it. Seems a fair bit of coins made its way into the Brave's coffers, courtesy of a Dodo Consortium, a daft name for a business if I ever heard one, which is what first gave me an inkling that something weren't right. So I went through the ledgers again, and found another half-dozen donations from organizations with stupid bloody names. Didn't take long to find the common thread. All were owned by the Mirage Trust. Oh, I'll give the bastard credit. He showed us up for the amateurs we are. Sure to call in one of his business is the bloody bribery consortium. I don't know what more he could have done to mock our rules on financial contributions. The gods only know how many men of the first and third are taken to Legi's coin. But now we know, as some of them are. I'd wager me right eye they're the ones that did it for... The ones what did for Wilred. Good Lord, real. The earnest young fool had taken to asking the wrong kind of questions, bound to attract attention. I should have seen it at the time, but I didn't. Gods damn me. Still, I don't see what Teleji hopes to accomplish. He did his scheme with all the care of a drunk pissing into the wind. No, he's cleverer than this. So we need to be clever too. That's the only way we'll ever repay this debt of blood. We'll purge every one of them traitorous bastards from our ranks. On that you have me word. And Coffee Mincer, mind yourself while you're in Ul'dah, eh? We're heading into a storm. I can smell it. The kind what'll sweep a man overboard and drag him under before he knows it. We've been waiting for you, Coffee Mincer. The celebration is due to begin shortly. I'd hoped that we might make our introductions together, but Mistress Momodi has just sent word that you were needed at the quicksand. We will go on ahead, Coffeemancer. Pray, join us once matters at the quicksand are resolved. Give my regards to Momodia and let her know that I will call upon her anon. Adventurers Guild? I'm so excited about getting to Heavensward, I'm like bouncing in my seat. I appreciate you dropping in on such short notice, Coffeemancer. I know you've got places to be, so I won't waste your time. You're friends with the Crystal Brave by the name of Alianne, aren't you? Former adventurer? Come to think of it, I'm pretty sure you recruited her yourself. Well, anyway, she came round for a meal not long ago, and before she left, she asked me to give you a message. Said if the others ended up dragging you to the feast, I was to see you got it before you made your grand entrance. Meet me at the station west of the Coffer and Coffin. There's something I must show you. A short message, I grant you, but she thought long and hard before picking those words. Barely touched her food, too. Under other circumstances, I'd have thought those signs of a troubled heart, but something tells me she ain't planning to ask your thoughts on a gentleman caller. As you stand upon the platform, your thoughts begin to wander, and all too soon, the ghosts of comrades lost and enemies slain begin to file by your mind's eye in solemn procession. Clearing your head, you scan the horizon but see no sign of Alianne. Straining your ears to listen, you hear the chatter of Kikiern and the buzzing of Sirfits, but no approaching footfall. Sighing, you bow your head, only to notice the vial lying at your feet. Coffeemancer, is that you? What brings you out this way? Lieutenant Alianne? Why no, I haven't seen her about. Had she come this way, I guarantee we would have crossed paths. I must have passed this spot a dozen times. We're to patrol the city's environs on account of the royal banquet. Captain's orders, you understand. Speaking of which, isn't it about to begin? You should be with the other honored guests, enjoying your well-deserved respite. Aye, pray return to Ul'dah, Coffeemancer. If I chance to meet the lieutenant, I'll tell her you were here.
O Sultan Tree, hallowed spirit of my line. Through my weakness, the glorious house of Ul has all but disappeared beneath the sands. For want of the strength to raise it up again, it were Better that it fall. Forgive me, but I know not what else to do.
Off to see Mamori. I reckoned you'd head straight to the feast after meeting with Alianne. What's the matter? No appetite? So she wasn't there, but this was? Huh. Let's see. Looks to me like an alchemist's spile, but beyond that, I can't say. Might be best if you hold on to it for safekeeping, though. Any road. No use worrying about Alianne. I'm sure she'll turn up before too long. And when she does, we'll soon find out what this was all in aid of. Besides, you've got more important things to think about. Would you believe that while you were away, another message arrived for you? Well, one did. One delivered by the Sultana's handmaiden, no less. Seems Her Grace desires a private audience. Her handmaiden will meet you on the royal promenade and escort you to the Sultana's chambers. So what are you waiting for? Go on then, go!
You needn't trouble yourself so. Your Grace is most kind, but it is no trouble to me, rather an honor. If your Grace is ready, I shall summon the Warrior of Light. I am.
Everyone looks to be in high spirits.
With good cause.
A common victory may serve to unite even the most unlikely of allies. You've brought us one step closer to a united Eorzea.
Your modesty knows no bounds, Antecedent. Were it not for your efforts, Sir Emmerich would never have become such a steadfast ally. When he convinces his countrymen to rejoin the Alliance, we shall all reap the benefits, military and economic. I tell you, we are on the cusp of a new era of unity and prosperity. Territorial disputes are all that divide us now. But I have faith that we will find an amicable solution in time. And failing that, I'll have my trusty Warrior of Light box the ears of all concerned. Speaking of whom...
Damn,
She will
Alphino.
be joining us shortly. A matter at the quicksand required her attention, but it did not sound serious.
I do this every time. Okay, not every time, but it feels like every time. Thank you for coming, madam. Her Grace is most eager to speak with you. If you require a moment to compose yourself before your audience, you may have it. Or, if you are ready, it would be my honor to escort you to Her Grace's chambers forthwith. Upon proceeding to the Sultana's bedchamber, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Let's go. We have sufficient time right now.
Enter. Your Grace, your guest has arrived. Pray, come in and take your ease.
Tis well that the steps of faith held against the Horde.
And what of the city proper?
We sustained some few losses, but the heart of our nation yet beats with vigor. I am not certain I could say the same had we not received your most generous aid.
An attack on Ishgard is an attack on the realm. We stand together or fall divided.
Such noble words after the fact.
I had hoped to speak in the presence of Her Grace, but it seems she has been delayed. That being the case, now would seem as good a time as any. Honored friends, pray allow me to convey Ishgard's warmest gratitude for your part in the defense of our lands. Tis upon the success of this very alliance that my recommendation to throw open the gates of judgment shall be founded. With the blessing of the Archbishop, it is my hope that Ishgard will soon be reunited with her long-estranged sister nations, and that Eorzea shall once more be as one.
Hell yeah. Gates of Judgment open. We're heading to Ishgard.
Very well.
Is aught amiss?
Nothing to worry about. I shall return anon. You wished a word, Yu Hase?
You may go. Your Grace. You must be curious as to the reason for this private audience. The matter I would discuss, however, will soon make apparent the need for discretion. I intend to abdicate the throne and dissolve the monarchy. You have seen for yourself the storm of turmoil that howls through our streets. The government fails in its responsibilities, and my subjects suffer the consequences of our incompetence. But I will see them suffer no longer. The victory feast shall provide the stage on which I declare the dissolution of the Sultanate. 'Tis mine intent that the ruling class of our golden city should take its place beside the common man in a fair and equitable republic. No more shall this nation bow to the whims of a privileged few.
Hell yeah, no.
Yet, that which I propose will entail the tearing up of this city's very foundations. And even Roban, with all his strength and influence, will be hard-pressed to keep his footing on such treacherous ground. Thus would I ask you to lend him a steadying hand. You who have endured the wrath of innumerable foes are the one hero in whom I can place my trust. Will you do this thing for me?
We got you, with a stoic head nod.
I am truly grateful. More grateful than I can well express. How much we have both changed since that day we met beneath the Sultan tree. And the days ahead promise to change us further still. I hope that we will recognize ourselves when all of this is over.
Why are we just staring at her, though? Bastard.
Your Grace! Her Grace, the Sultana, is dead.
Oh, as if you couldn't hate him anymore.
Poison in her wine? You did this! Spare us your denials! I see no other suspects, and the room has but the one entrance. I hereby accuse you of regicide. Men, arrest this viper.
I mean, I have committed regicide, but it's not against the Sultana. It was against King Mogulmog XII.
Sir, barring a few exceptions, we have detained all those with allegiance to the Scions. The Rising Stones is also under our control.
Of course, it's a Lalafell.
And what do you hope to achieve with this mutiny?
Why, that which we have striven for all along, Commander. The salvation of Eorzea.
How's he gonna get out of that one? Oh, all hell is about to break loose.
What is the meaning of this?
Knights from the homeland. This cannot bode well.
Lord Commander, we have received an urgent message from the Holy See. I am grieved to report that your serpentine foes have resumed their assault. Needless to say, your presence is urgently required. These knights have come to bear you swiftly home to Ishgard.
A surprise attack?
Oh, even he can tell it's bullshit.
We've had no such word from our men, and the timing is most fortuitous to catch us away from the city.
Most fortuitous indeed.
Lord Commander, we must away!
You have been a most gracious host. I hope that I might one day return the favor. Come, Lucia.
He knows something's up.
Whatever is going on in there? Ah, the ever-dutiful brass blades. I must apologize, but my dance card is rather full. Another time, perhaps?
Thancred, of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. You stand accused of committing acts of espionage in service to the Garlean Empire.
Espionage? What in the seven hells are you talking about? Ah, if you're referring to that business with the Ultima weapon, then you must understand, I wasn't myself.
Under interrogation, an Imperial prisoner revealed your involvement in numerous dealings with the enemy. We've also been investigating reports that you are a practitioner of forbidden arts.
Of forbidden arts?
You'd best come along with us.
You invite me to your party and now you want me to leave? I do so detest receiving mixed signals. Come then. I believe I've lost my appetite for this farce of a celebration.
Kick their ass, Thancred.
You go too far, Lord Adeleji. By what right do you march armed soldiers into a royal banquet and eject state visitors without her grace's consent? You treat the brass blades as your personal army and show contempt for the throne with your every act. Leave us, now.
Is that an order, General? Mayhap you have mistaken me for one of your flames. You will find I am not so slavishly obedient. As you lecture me on personal armies. As for your outrageous claim that I have shown contempt for the throne, let all here observe that it was not I who feasted while an assassin removed its occupant. I expect this is your idea of defending the nation, is it? This and diluting our forces through these distractions in Cartano and Kurthus. I do begin to see how the ranks of the Immortal Flames came to be riddled with Garlean sympathizers. You are plainly unfit for command.
Wait, goddamn you. Your words make no sense. What assassin?
You mean to say you don't know? We caught the vaunted champion of the Scions in her Grace's private chambers, not moments after the deed was done.
No! No, this cannot be!
Save your breath. You will need it to plead your case. You and your entire order are to be tried for this atrocity. Bring in the prisoner!
This woman stands accused of poisoning Her Royal Majesty Nanamu ul Namo, and as suspected accessories to the crime. All members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn will be detained for questioning.
All that shit he said.
What a pity. Who'd have thought your tale would end like this?
All that shit he said about dying before betraying his fellow man. Full of shit, Ilbert.
Should you demand further proof, a vial with traces of the substance used to poison her grace was found upon the assassin's person.
How very convenient.
You would speak of convenience? Who persuaded her grace to host this celebration? A diversion which presented you and your confederates ample opportunity to commit the crime, and a crowd within which to fade from view. A more convenient occasion I could scarcely imagine.
How dare you! After all we have done for Uldar!
Hold your tongue, witch! I'll not be ensorcelled! I know all about the dark gift that you and your disciples wield.
The dark gift?
Oh yes, I've observed how you worked upon the minds of the Alliance leaders, bending them to your will. And what of your cordial relationship with Sir Emmerich? For years, Ishgard abjured all contact with the outside world, and now the Lord Commander of the Temple Knights treats you with the familiarity of a childhood friend. I'll tell you what I think. I think this desperate defense of Ishgard was but a ruse to deceive us into dividing our forces. Your next move will be to charm your Kurthan allies into invading our lands. Now that is truly ridiculous.
How do you even think of this stuff?
Because all he does is sit and think about it.
Stand aside, Ilbert. I want to see the Sultana.
Spare yourself the pain, brother. I saw her with my own eyes. For a mercy, the poison took her swiftly. Her handmaiden can attest to that.
This cannot be. Nanamo. Nanamo. No!
Just makes you so angry.
Plainly, the Royalists can no longer be relied upon to keep our nation safe. And so it falls to the monitorists of the Syndicate to govern Uldar. But should you wish to help us,
Dropkick his ass.
we would be more than happy to entrust the task of planning Her Grace's funeral to you. It seems only right that you should bury your precious Sultana, and we will be glad to be rid of that burden.
I'll bet you will. You more than any man.
Whatever do you mean?
I mean you had her killed, you black-hearted bastard!
What rot! Though I did have sufficient motive, 'tis true. That young lady caused me no end of grief. She always was a most unwilling puppet. I dare say Her Grace was grateful that someone thought to cut her strings.
You would mock her, then mock her from hell!
What?
Good riddance.
Have you lost your mind, General? It is forbidden to draw steel in the royal chambers, much less slaughter our fellow Syndicate members. You're one of them! You've been in league with the Scions all along!
Lolo Rito, you're a bitch.
You're next, you scheming bastard!
Oh, Raban!
7 hells!
Admiral, we must leave.
Ah!
How unlike you, old friend. I did not expect to take your arm so easily.
Take the Scions into custody. They have conspired to commit regicide.
The only thing I've conspired to do, Lolo Rito, is punch you in the face.
And
You and
arrest this
Teleji.
traitor as well.
Ilbert, I hope you choke on their coin.
'Tis better than the dirt I've supped on these long years. We can't all abandon Alamigo and become great war heroes as you have. You are not the man you once were, Raban. Since that girl strapped the yoke around your neck, you've become docile. She took the mad bull and cut off his balls, and a bull that cannot rot is fit for naught but slaughter. Shall I tell you who really killed your precious Sultana? It was me.
You'll die! I never doubted you, not for a moment. But there is more to this than I yet understand. Flee this place. Clear your names. Find out who is behind this plot. It is the only way. Now go!
We're gonna come back and kick everybody's ass.
Ah, there you are.
Thancred, where have you been?
Avoiding the fumbling advances of some very persistent admirers. When I realized the celebrations had turned sour, it seemed prudent to slip away and take stock of the situation. 'Twould appear that much of the city is already under tight guard. It occurs to me that expanding the Brass Blade's authority may not have been such a wonderful idea after all.
The success of this plan was contingent upon those thugs having the run of the place. Just how long has this scheme been in motion?
Forever, apparently.
The careful preparations, the maneuvering of forces. I am inclined to agree with the General's insistence that a deeper plot exists here.
So, would I be right in thinking we now have an excuse to pummel as many brass blades as we like?
Unless you plan on pummeling them all, I'm not sure that will greatly aid our cause.
The Sultana's assassination was but one part of the scheme. We too were its targets. And though we did not share poor Nanamo's fate, we are yet hobbled by the charges laid at our door. Where now might we seek refuge?
Where indeed, we may safely assume that our foe is thought to have the Rising Stones watched.
Forgive me for stating the obvious, but our choice of destination will matter little if we cannot secure an escape route out of Ul'dah.
The most confusing city to be in. Of course.
Happily, I believe I can provide one. Papa Shan once told me about the passages hidden in the walls of the palace. If I recall correctly, the fireplace in Nanamo's chambers conceals the entrance to a tunnel. It should lead outside the city and allow us to avoid any messy confrontations.
Speaking of...
The The rest of you go on ahead. I'll handle this lot.
By yourself?
Hey, you know, she probably could.
I suppose I shall just have to join you.
Crystal Braves too, huh? Now this should be interesting.
Ida! Papalimo!
We will hold our pursuers here. Hurry, now! Find this tunnel of Thancreds.
Minfilia, we cannot linger.
She just lost one friend.
Now look what you've done.
Ida, are you all right? There are just too many of them.
I'm fine. I could do this all day. How about you?
Nearing the end of my tether.
This is so stupid. We're the scions of the Seventh Dawn. The ones who stand between this realm and the evil that's trying to destroy it.
And if you think we'll leave the stewardship of Eorzea to the likes of your masters, then you're sorely mistaken.
Sorry I dragged you into this, Papalimo.
'Tis hardly the first time, and I'll be damned if it will be the last. Let them have it, Ida!
I was hoping you'd say that.
Monk LB3! What's happened with Alphina, though?
I never knew such a watercourse existed beneath Uldar.
The architecture is of the Sildine style, if I'm not mistaken. The ancients plainly foresaw the need for a ready means of escape.
This way!
Well, that didn't take long. It seems these tunnels were not as secret as I'd hoped.
You two, go on ahead. Thancred and I will deal with this.
What do you mean to do?
Only that which is required to ensure that the dawn's light survive to brighten the morrow.
Fear not, antecedent. You haven't seen the last of these fair features.
My friends.
Leave us!
It's also heartbreaking.
What is the plan, milady? Shall I take the dozen on the left and you the dozen on the right? The odds are not exactly stacked in our favor.
Numbers will count for little when I bring the tunnel down upon their heads. Though I cannot say I relish the thought of being entombed with you for all eternity.
You wound me. I will have you know that many a maid would kill for the chance to spend forever at my side. Now, may I have the last dance?
Ooh. Not the arrow to the knee.
Well, this is going splendidly. Now would be a good time, milady!
'Tis done.
She's throwing a spirit bomb on them.
Forgive me, Mitra.
Farewell, Ophelia.
Hydaelyn, she speaks to me. No. I must remain behind, but you cannot stay with me. Please, you must go on. You are the warrior of light. You are hope for the Scions and for all the realm. As long as your flame continues to burn, the light of the dawn may ever be relit. You must escape and save Eorzea from those who would plunge it into darkness. Tis the only way.
What is she going to do, though? Is she just gonna get captured? Like, is that her plan? We still don't know where Alphino is. There he is.
I am glad to see you safe, my friend. What of the others? Damn that man! Teleji played me for a fool! I thought the Crystal Brave's mine till the very moment I felt the blade at my back.
There will be ample time for soul-searching later. For now, we must put some arms between us and Ul'dah.
Well, would you look who it is? Need a ride? I doubt it'll be half as exciting as the last trip we took. Not if I have anything to say about it anyway.
Look who it is! It's the guy we first ever talked to.
Let's not dawdle, eh? All aboard!
Go, Chocobos, go! We got places to be. Like Heavensward.
I was stocking up on supplies over in Vesper Bay, you see, when your sister come up and begged a favour. Said her brother was having some trouble down in Ul'dah, and likely needed a helping hand getting away.
Hell yeah, Alice.
Thinking them ruins would make a fine hiding place, I decided to try there first. And lo and behold, there you were. Aye, and judging by them soldiers as were pouring out of the city, I arrived not a moment too soon. Ha! Must have been fate that we happened to find you there, though, eh?
I had thought to look out for Alize, but would appear she was the one watching over me. I've made such a mess of things.
And who might you be, young sir?
Pippin Taropin, Vice Marshal of the Immortal Flames. I had been on the Alamegan front these past few moons, but an urgent communication called me back to Ul'dah. Scarce had my boots touched the cobbles, though, when the streets erupted with cries of assassination. I immediately went in search of answers, and came across Master Alfino here. Needless to say, I did not think his imprisonment justified. The blame plainly lies with the Monitarists. Their greed and corruption are well known to me, but for them to take advantage of the situation with such alacrity...
Was that Pippin, you said? Ain't that the name of General Alden's lad?
Yes, I am his son. Adopted, of course. It was only as we were leaving Ul'dah that I learned of father's fate. Once I have seen you a safe distance away, I mean to return to the city and extricate him from this madness.
Then you needn't travel no further than Blackbrush. Our fugitives have a friend waiting for them there.
I dreamed of bringing about Eorzea's salvation.
But in the end, 'twas I who needed saving.
It's a tough pill to swallow, but you'll be okay, Alphino, don't worry. Them soldiers will keep searching for a while yet. Reckon we'll take the carriage back towards Ul'dah and get the lay of the land. Maybe provide a distraction if need be. You three wait here. Help will be along shortly. Stay strong, friends. The real fight's to come. Alright, let's go. Another cutscene anyway. The most unassuming folk can prove to be our greatest allies. That fellow was but a passing merchant, yet he lent us aid without a moment's hesitation, or any hint of concern for his own safety. Though I can well imagine how a man could feel inspired to risk all in your presence. The father spoke often of you, Coffeemancer, and long have I looked forward to our first meeting. Needless to say, this is not at all how I envisioned it. Master Alphino, you must not give in to despair. That would only play into our enemy's hands. So long as you and Coffeemancer are free, we may still set things right. Forgive me, Marshal Terrapin, but Alphino, my boy. Sorry to keep you waiting. Sid, what are you doing here? Pulling you out of the fire, as usual. Your merchant friend told me everything. Truly. Then he is no merchant, but an angel in peddler's clothing. But tell us, how do you intend to bear our friends to safety? I hid the Enterprise but a short distance away. All I need is a destination. We must find a place beyond the reach of both the Monitorists and the Crystal Braves. Perthus, Ishgard will not suffer the intrusion of foreign forces in their territory. That settles it. With me, everyone. Not I fear. I must remain here. I dare not abandon Ul'dah to the Monitorists and their cronies. You may be certain that they will seek to defame you, both here and in other city-states, but know that I shall do my utmost to thwart their every effort. Frankly, I do not expect it to be much of a challenge. The small folk will not turn so easily on the Warrior of Light and her allies, no matter what the Monitorists claim. Marshal Terrapin, I know not what to say. Huh, now that father would labor to believe. But enough talk. You must go, Master Alphino. Your airship awaits. Up, up. There's no rest for the righteous. We should make for Camp Dragonhead and speak with Lord Horchevant. Mayhap he will know what to do. The Parting Glass, by the way, that's what the title of this quest is such a good song. I don't know if anyone here knows it. It's a very good song. You should listen to it at least once. Oh my god, I got stuck on the table. Master Alphino told me your tale, Coffee Mancer. It warms my heart that you should turn to me before all others, and I shall endeavor to deserve your trust. Alas, the situation here has grown more complicated in your absence. It would be best if I explained in full.
There has been word from the capital. Ishgard has weathered another assault, and 'tis said several wyverns broke through into the city proper. The Temple Knights succeeded in slaying the beasts, but the intrusion prompted orders to further strengthen the guard, and to place the city under a perpetual state of alert. How keenly we feel the loss of our wards at the gates of judgment. Yet we must not bemoan our misfortune. Sir Emmerich is safely returned from Ul'dah, and once more leads the defense of Ishgard. As for the matter of your asylum, I am afraid no progress will be made until the threat to our nation is diminished. But do not despair. You are not without allies. You are more than welcome to shelter here for as long as you wish. Pray, think of it as a new headquarters of sorts. The Falling Snows, or some such. All frivolity aside, any who come here in search of you will receive no aid from House Fortom. For once, the Ishgardian reputation for inhospitality shall work in our favor.
Hell yeah.
Agents of Ul'dah will find their every inquiry dismissed, and their every request for entry rebuffed, until such time as their masters have acknowledged your innocence. You once fought to preserve the honor of my dear friend. 'Tis a blessing that I may now repay that debt in kind. But let us dwell no more on this. Pray, join the rest of your companions. 'Tis bitterly cold this day. I suspect there are those who might welcome the warmth your presence brings.
I thought that was two people, like, overlapping each other. Upon proceeding to the intercessory, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Tataru! Alphino! Coffee Mancer, is it really you? No. I'm so happy that you're here. I tried contacting Nymphilia and the others, but no one would respond. It is 3 a.m. and I should go to sleep, but we're like right there. And them crystal braves, our own people, turned on us in the marketplace. Lamine told me to run, and so I did. I ran and I ran until my lungs burned and my feet ached. But I lost my way, and then... Fortunately, I had observed some of the braves behaving suspiciously beforehand. Yugiri! Ah, yes, my mask. It was lost in the struggle. Pretty, isn't she? Anyway, after Yugiri found me, we traveled to Vesper Bay and met up with Urianger. When we told him what had happened, he used his magics to weave a glamour around the waking sands. From the outside, our old headquarters now looks like an abandoned storehouse. The transformation didn't take long, either. Apparently, Urianger started making preparations after the Imperial attack, just in case the Empire ever chose to pay us another visit. Good thinking, eh? Sorry, where was I? Oh, yes. So we waited there at the Waking Sands, hoping others would come, but no one else did. My people are searching for the other scions even as we speak, but we have met with no success as yet. I had hoped that you might be able to suggest further places to look. But you should know, Rising Stones do not share the Waking Sands' good fortune. Only crystal braves await you there. Be that as it may, we yet have cause to hope, do we not? If the two of you escaped, it is not impossible that the others could have done so as well. You may have been forsaken by men and women believed true, but rest assured that the people of Doma yet stand with you. We welcome this opportunity to repay our debts, and shall continue our efforts to locate the others and see the scions restored to their rightful place of honor.
"'Tis all my doing."
Also, thank you for the tomberry.
I believed myself the only one who truly understood Eorzea's woes, and look what that arrogance has wrought. I gave commands, influenced governments with my certainty. I treated the Crystal Braves, and even the Scions themselves, as pawns in my great scheme to save the realm. But in my headlong rush into imagined glory, I paid no heed to the ground upon which I trod. The salvation of Eorzea. What was it that I hoped to achieve? Did I believe that I could rid the realm of every danger and difficulty? That I could defeat the Empire and the Ascians, and find homes for every refugee? Oh, yes. I was so very clever. Become a guardian of Eorzea, I implored, and sat back to watch my perfect army cleanse the land of chaos. 'Twas all but a means to feed my own vanity. Only when all is lost do I finally realize the truth.
Oh, Alfino.
So, Master Alfino, are you content to remain a broken blade? Is there no flame hot enough to reforge you? What of the fine companions who yet stand at your side? I dare say the fires of their determination will soon have you slicing the air again with your customary wit.
I hardly deserve such friendship. And besides, where are we to go?
Alfino, if I may? Should this place not serve our purpose, then we shall go to Ishgard. Minfilia told me many times, as long as we stand fast against despair, the beacon of hope will never be lost to sight. Be it in the snow or in the clouds, we few will see that the dawn's light shines again.
You are right, Tataru. Thank you. And thank you for your kind words, Lord Orchefon. 'Tis true that Eorzea yet has her guardians. The Scions have achieved much, and 'twould be remiss of me to discard it all in a fit of self-pity. Let us then resume our journey, together, one step at a time.
And there's the credits. And they were just reunited. Okay. I unfortunately have to skip the credits this time. The song is so good, too.
All has been arranged as you desired, my lord.
And this bitch is still here. Nabrialis is no more. The ardor was not his to invoke. His demise was of his own making. Nevertheless, it concerns me. They have extinguished that which should rightly be eternal. Mayhap he was not wholly mistaken. Greater haste may be warranted. We are of one mind. The northern lands, then. The earth is fertile, and the seeds well sown. By my will, they shall reap salvation unlike any the world has known. Why do you need to rhyme that? By his will. By his will. I have answered thy summons, emissary. Speak and make thine intent known. I would speak of fate, Archon. Yours, mine, the fate of this very star.
Lucas sanctuary lieth beyond. Delusion, despair, death. Thou shalt find naught else here.
Well, we're going anyway, Midgard-Zormer. To preserve the dawn's light, the heroes journeyed north. Their hearts filled with hope and eyes fixed heavensward. They said the thing. Alright. I'll save the title card for next weekend. Tomorrow we're going to be playing, well, today I guess, we're going to be playing the new event quest in Wuthering Waves. But I have been live for about 3 hours longer than I normally would be. And it is, in fact, past 3 o'clock in the morning for me. So I must end it here. However, we are in Heavensward, or essentially in Heavensward, just without our title card. Anywho, as always, thank you all so much for watching. And even if you were only able to come by to say hello, it really does make my day. You guys are wonderful. If you're new here and you enjoy hanging out with us, subscribe on YouTube or follow me on Kick. Or even on TikTok, I guess. I have a TikTok that I'm uploading my shorts to now, too. Become an espresso shot today. Hang out with us more. It's a good time. We're chilling. And W. Millie, thank you so much for being a monthly supporter on Ko-fi. Much appreciated. Either way, everybody, please, please, please stay safe, stay sane, take care, and I'll see you all next time. Bye!